sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild. but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. So exciting. I love it when I come back and I sit down in this chair after starting this and grabbing my coffee. And right now I'm just drinking. Hey, get out of there. Oh, listen, I'm going to cry 1,000 rivers. Not one, not two, but a whole 1,000. And let me tell you why. Get down, little guy. Listen. I have a whatnot obsession. And I got a special whatnot. They're all special. But I got a special whatnot package in today. It was a little pillow. It was vintage that somebody's grandma made. And it was cross-stitched. It was, you notice that I'm using it in the past tense. It was white and it had little flowers on it, and it was yellow and white. I took a nap so I could do this live today, you guys. I came out into the living room and I was like, what's all this stuffing everywhere? And then I remembered the pillow. Y'all, I had set it in my bedroom on the chair, and I meant to put it on the chair. That's where it was going, was on that chair. And a little Laramie, who's not so little anymore, got the pillow. He got the pillow, y'all, shredded it. I went out into the backyard. I found what was left of the outside of it, and the stuffing is everywhere all over the floor in here. Oh, now, y'all, I got pillows everywhere. I mean, pillows are in baskets, pillows are on the chairs, pillows on the beds, pillows. He has never touched a pillow. That was Cheyenne's thing. She loved pillows. And little girl and Newt have never ever touched a pillow. And ever since Laramie's been here, he's never tore up any pillows. In fact, he's never tore up anything I haven't given him. He's not even chewed on the legs of the wood, which is weird. Weirdo. The only thing I could think of is because if I bring something in the house that's used or something like that, I usually don't bring it in my house right away. Like, I leave it in the garage. I usually put like a plastic bag over it, and then I just leave it sit for about a week. That way, whatever hibby jibbies are coming from their house don't come into my house, kind of thing. And I didn't do that this time, you guys. So the only thing I could think of was it was a new smell to him, because he's never. There's pillows all over this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pillows in this living room right now. Never has he touched one. Now, some of them are, ones that have always been in our house, but there's like 1, 2, there's 3 vintage pillows in here that did not come from my home or a store. So that's the only thing I can think of. Lesson learned, but it still broke my heart. I love that little pillow. Someone's grandma made it. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go ahead and do roll call. Roll call. MJD, hello. Melly Joe. So good to see you as well. RC's in the house, or was in the house. Possum, hello. I love Bug. Jamie, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Darlene, hello. The Wild Angel's here, the wild one. We're sassy, brassy, and a little badassy. That's it. It's so good to see everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. Listen, I I have another doozy. I have a doozy. Justice Jane, hello. Smells like somebody else or their animals. Yep, you're probably right. And I was just tired and I wanted to go live tonight. And I didn't even think of it. And I'm usually better than that. So I didn't fuss at him. I just gave him a hard look. So last night we dug into this new crime that most of us had never even heard of. Listen, if you didn't listen to last night's live, I don't send many people, I don't hardly ever say go back and listen to it because y'all, everybody knows I'm trash, okay? Nobody's trying to hide that from anybody around here. And most of this is just silliness and fun that I don't know. But I'm telling you, the case that we covered last night was so good and so interesting. And even if you don't want to listen to my live on it, just go back and read the title, then look it up yourself because y'all, I sat here, which I do that a lot when it comes to any of the cases. I'm just dumbfounded and I just feel like I can't see my way out. But that one, I had never heard of it. Most people that came in last night were like, we didn't even ever hear this case. And so anyways, the Amish were brought up in that case. And so we kind of had a little discussion here for a little while about Amish people, because I'm from Indiana. I'm not from Indiana. I live in Indiana. I don't know where I'm from. When you're born, raised, married, divorced, army, you've lived everywhere. So when people ask me where you're from, I don't freaking know how to say that. Indiana's the longest place I've ever lived. So I moved around every 3 years. We were moving. So anyways, I live in Indiana. Lots of Amish people, lots. And I love me some Amish people. I can tell you that right now. I like to be Amish for 2 days, 2 whole days. I'm going to be Amish. After that, they'd be tired of my mouth. Get out. And I'd be complaining about having to cook because they eat 3 meals a day, y'all. Can you imagine eating 3 meals a day? And most of those 3 meals are cooked. Oh, God, I would die. I would die 1,000 deaths. But anyways, so then there were some interesting things that were brought up about the Amish and quite a few people from Amish country. And if you're not around places that have Amish people, it's like even before I moved to Indiana, I was always very, very curious of them. Very curious. I mean, I still highly respected them as a group of people that are just trying to live the good life by the good book and do what they believe is right to get themselves to heaven. Listen, I can respect that from anybody. And I like their very high values and their slow lives. I dig that. In fact, the older I get, the more I'm just like, no, we're just going to slow down and chill out. And I think I'm like that because, I have 10 grandkids. I have 10 grandkids. I have 5 children, 4 of which are married. My baby is graduating next weekend from college. And so he hasn't even gotten married or started having kids yet. So my life just always seems so chaotic and busy. And that's just the tip. I could tell you so much that'll just make your head go, oh God, no, we're not living your life. We'll go live with the Amish. So because of the life that I have, which I'm very, very grateful for, I just want to be in the country and slow down and just smell the flowers and drink my coffee around my yard and watch my dogs run and play and just the simple things. That's all I want. Just a simple girl. I've always been a simple girl. The longest time that I spent as a child was in Carson, California, in gang territory, no lie. And I remember being a little girl and asking my dad because it was so bad where we lived, you guys. It was so terrible and scary. And I remember, and my dad was in the military, and there was that always talking about wars and stuff. I was always scared. And I remember telling my dad that, can we just move to the mountains? And he's like, baby, I can't do that. I got a job, and it's not just a job. Like, the government owns me. And, so I understood that. And I made him promise me. I remember, oh God, I would wake up the most terrible nightmares about war. And I made him promise me one night. I said, promise me if a war ever comes and they're going to make you leave us, that we'll all run away and we'll go to the mountains. Because in my little girl mind, nobody could find us in the mountains. Nobody. So he was like, yeah, baby. He said, if war ever comes, if they ever tell me I have to go, he said, I won't go. I'll take you and your mom and your sisters and brothers. We'll all go to the mountains. Nobody will ever find us. And y'all, that set my heart straight set me straight until I got a little bit older and got married way too young and became an Army wife. So having lived like that, I'm just like, the slower, the easier, the bologna sandwich nights with the coffee next to it, and the sunrise and the sunset, and my beautiful dogs out there. That's the life to me. This country life, smelling manure this time of year because the fields are being planted. Y'all, there's nothing like it. I wouldn't give up this life right here for a day in the city. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No how. All right, let me jump back in chat real quick, you guys. Good to see everybody. Thank you for being here. You guys, I'm done saying hit the like again. I'm over it. I went through this period of, I don't want to say hit the like anymore. And then I went through this period of, okay, let's get 100 likes every time we go live. And that worked out for a while. And then after last night, I was like, oh, screw it. I'm so done with the likes again, you guys. I mean, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Whoever wants to hang out with us is going to hang out with us. Whoever gets notifications is going to get a notification. I mean, we're in YouTube land. We're at the mercy of their hand. And I used to tell Maggie all the time, because Maggie used to tell me, Lenny, quit telling everybody hit the like or don't hit the like, the thumbs. So I used to tell everybody hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, just do something. And that used to upset Mags. And then she did some research on it. And I was right about that just as long as somebody hits something, then it lets the algorithm know that your channel is being interacted with. So then Maggie quit fussing at me for that. And then I got on the Maggie bandwagon about hit the like. And it worked out really, really well. I mean, our likes have gone way up. But then, it's like pulling teeth sometimes. And look, I'm not bitching anybody out about that, because there's a lot of times I'll go into someone's live and, well, not a lot of times, because I hardly go into anybody's live, to tell you the truth. And it's not because I don't love you guys. It's just because, damn it, I want to do something else. But I forget. If you just jump right into the live, shit, unless someone reminds you, you forget to double tap that screen. So I'm done saying that. I'm not going to be saying that no more either. If it comes out, it's just out of habit. So there's that. The other thing is, I want to thank you guys for just taking, I don't care if you take 1 minute or 30 minutes or an hour out of your, especially Friday night. This is crazy that I'm going live on Friday night. Because listen, I of all people know that everybody would probably rather be somewhere else, but I wanted to be here. And if you wanted to be here, then we'll be here together. And if you don't, then thank you for being here for as long as you're going to be here. Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for spending time with me. I appreciate it. Aussie True Crime. Hello. Papa Smurf. Hello. Did I say that right? I did. Okay. Ron. I'll just call you Ron. Hello. Tashi. Hello. Seg. Hello. Hope you're feeling better, Seg. Hope you're feeling better. All right, listen up. This one's a doozy too. Didn't know anything about it, but because of a little bit that we covered last night on the Amish, I was like, let me see what's going on in the Amish world. Surely they got something goes on. And what happens when they get arrested? Like, do they get treated differently than us, or are we all one people Well, we know better than that because the elite, you know, they don't nearly get the time that regular of us get. So, anyways, I know that the Amish people, they try to keep like the police and stuff out of their business. So, like, if you go on, if an Amish person robs an Amish person's house, it's not like they're going to call the local police and say, "Hey, y'all, like, my neighbor over here, I mean, he came in here and stole some bacon grease." Listen, they don't do that. They handle their own shit. You know, they got their own little kind of like Indians. Look, don't, if you're offended by my words, I don't know what to tell you. I'm old school. I have given up on trying to be politically correct because the minute I say Native American, next week they're going to be telling me to say Indians again. I'm over the shit. I can't handle it, you guys. I'm too old to try to follow the rules at this point. Too old to pat everybody's feelings and make sure everybody is okay. All right? Because nobody's worried about if I'm okay. Listen, I get called ghost. I get called white girl. I get called weta. I get called blondie. I get called albino. I've been called it all. Nobody's worried about my feeling. Nobody's saying, "Oh God, that's not politically correct." So anyways, if you get offended and you want me to say Native American, it's probably not going to come out of my mouth. Not because I'm trying to be disrespectful, but because I was raised in a different generation. And the world is changing it up too fast, and I'm too slow now to keep up with it. I'm just not doing it. So if I offend somebody, it's not on purpose. I don't want to be offensive to people. Unless you piss me off, then I don't care. So anyways, back to this. Like on the Indian reservations, you guys, whenever a crime happens on the reservation, they don't call in the local police. First of all, because they do it, they have their own ways. Second of all, because they're sovereign. Even though they are part of the United States of America, their reservations are sovereign. And our local police do not even have jurisdiction to go onto their reservations and conduct a investigation unless it's like murder. You know what I mean? Like, you still have to live by the laws of the land, and that's the law of our land. But if you guys are stealing from each other and slapping each other around and stuff, like, the police isn't going to come in there if you don't want them to. You know what I mean? But if it's a criminal crime like murder or SA, you know, sexual assault, anything like that, then yes, they can go. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Now, Amish people do not live on sovereign ground. They are still governed by whatever town, city, county they live in. The police still have rights to that land. But the deal is that the Amish, from what I understand, and don't get me wrong, I love the Amish people. I really, really do. There's good and there's bad everywhere. Doesn't matter where you come from. So of course there's some bad people even in a religious cult community. I almost said cult because in my mind, you know what I was thinking of? Jeff, the Mormon, what's his name? Jeff Warrens, who is in prison today because he was found guilty. And I do believe that's a cult. Hands down, that's a cult. I'm not saying the Amish are cult, but I'm telling you right now, the community of Mormons that Jeff Warrens is involved in, absolutely a cult, 100%. He was found guilty of child SA and marrying kids young and all that. He's in jail forever, but he's still running the whole community from his jailhouse. It's terrible. So anyways, I just didn't want you guys to think that I was saying cult about the Amish people, because I don't believe they're a cult. I mean, they're not coming door to door to make me be Amish, try to get me to be Amish. They're just minding their own business over there. Anyways, let me shut the hell up because I don't think you guys came in here to hear me talk this much. So I'm sorry about that, but I've missed you guys. I miss you guys, and I have a lot to say. Yeah, Jeff Warren is a total creep, and it's so sad that those people, especially those women and children, are so, what is that word, you guys? Whenever oh, what's that word? You know what I'm trying to say? Not brainwash, but it's where it's I'll think of it. Not brainwash. What's that word? It just went out of my head. These dogs are driving me crazy. Damn it. I'll think of it. Anyways, they're so, yes, indoctrinated, yes, manipulated, all those words. They really, really are. It's so sad to think that people believe that if they don't live a certain way, even though it doesn't feel right, because we all have a conscience. We're born with that. Whether you let your conscience guide you is up to you. But hey, YouTube, stop. They have to, that feeling you get inside you, like whenever you do something wrong and you're like, oh, you know, that's your conscience. That's what guides us. That's how we know right from wrong, right? So people are just born that. We're born with that. Some people don't follow their conscience and then they lose their conscience, because I believe some just don't have them anymore. And that's why they're able to commit the crimes that they commit and do the things against people that they do. But at least one out of all of Jeff Warren's wives and children's and things have to feel that conscience in them that says something's wrong here. Like, this is not right. Like, this isn't right. And so I'm sad for people like that, because even though to them it doesn't feel right and they don't understand it, they're still so scared to do something about it, out of being scared that they're going to go to hell. It's just sad. Hi, Miss Barbara. Good to see you, Ma Barb. Is religion any different? Well, it's all. I mean, but you know, I mean, I even people who are atheists, it's the same thing. His bio daughter left. I'm sure a couple of them have left. I haven't looked into it for a while. It just made me sick. Because I was a child bride too, you know, and sometimes my parents didn't push me into that, but there was no adult in my life to say, who do you think you are? You're way too young for that. You know what I mean? Like, but in a 14-year-old's head, you're thinking, I mean, you know, the world, right? I knew the world. I had that. I was old enough to get married. After all, my grandmother, you know, we always look back, well, in our grandmother's times, they got married anywhere between 14, 16. And then you find out that these people in Jeff Warren's, I mean, they're pretty much betrothed by the time they're 8 years old to this man. And that's a whole nother subject. We'll get on that. Anyways, you guys, so I found this, I went there. There's actually a murder case right now over in Ohio that a guy admitted to. And you guys may have seen it on Court TV or somewhere else, but we're waiting on his trial. And I thought about covering that. And then I thought, no, I'll just wait. Let's do one that's already got an ending. So then I ended up finding this one. And it is about, let me just give you an overview really quick of it. His name is Eli Weaver. And this is his wife's story. I don't like to say the story of whoever the perpetrator is, if they've got a victim like this. So we're talking about his wife, Barbara, who was 23 years old. And he had her murdered, you guys. A complete Amish man. And we're going to figure this out. Let me give you an overview. Eli Weaver, an Ohio Amish man known as the Amish Stud. Y'all check it out. Did you even know they use the word stud over there in the Amish community? What up? Conspired with his mistress, Barbara or Barb Raber, to murder his wife, Barbara Weaver. Now, let's not get the two mixed up. His girlfriend's name was Barbara. His wife's name was Barbara. His wife's last name was his own, which is Weaver. And his girlfriend, her last name is Raber. Let's try not to get this all mixed up, okay? Follow me here. Follow me. While Eli did not personally fire the shot, he plotted the murder and provided the means for it to occur, resulting in his conviction for complicity to commit a murder. Here's some crime details for you. The victim's name is Barbara Weaver, who is Eli's wife, was found shot to death in her bed in Apple Creek, Ohio on June 2nd, 2009. The perpetrator is Barb Raber, a Mennonite taxi driver with whom Eli was having an affair, shot Barbara Weaver with a shotgun. Here's the conspiracy. Eli, who was active on dating sites, under the alias of Amish Stud, wanted his wife dead to avoid the social stigma of divorce. No, I can't talk. Of divorce in the Amish community and to continue with his affairs. Here's the plot. On the morning of the murder, Eli was fishing with friends, giving him an alibi, while he had left the door unlocked for Raber to enter the home. Here's the convictions. Barb Raber was convicted of aggravated murder. Y'all can't talk? Murder and sentenced to 23 years. That's terrible. That's terrible. She was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to 23 years of life. Eli Weaver pled guilty to complicity. What is wrong with my tongue? Eli Weaver pled guilty to complicity to commit murder and was sentenced to 15 years to life. Eli Weaver is currently serving a sentence at the Grafton Correctional Institute in Ohio, with a parole hearing scheduled for early 2032. All right. So there's the overview of it, you guys. That's what we're going to talk about. That's what we're going to talk about tonight. And listen, get out of there. Laramie, what are you looking for? Go to bed. Go to bed. It's the middle of the night. What's happening? So what we're going to listen to first is when the murder first happened. The only thing I could find on when the murder first happened, who covered this? Of course, was my girl, my boo thing, y'all, if you will. And I do, Nancy Grace. So let's watch us some Nancy Grace. This is after the murders happened and before they had named anybody as a suspect. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let me pull this up. Is that it? Let's see. Hold on. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Yep, that one. All right. When you got all these tabs opened up, it's hard to figure out which one you're supposed to pull up. All right. Here we go. Hold on. Let me do some business, some business over here in the channel, you guys. If I could get one of the mods to drop our disclaimer in the chat, that would be lovely. If not, I can do it as soon as I get this started. This is a fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And that is floating at the bottom of my screen, and we will float it during chat as well. All right, you guys, you're going to have to control your own volume because I can only control what I can from here. This is Nancy Grace. Listen, if you guys haven't subscribed to my girl, you need to subscribe. This is my boo thing, y'all. She's my boo thing. Don't come at me for Nancy Grace because they'll be fight. That's fighting words. It's fighting words. I love me some Nancy. This is Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Let me go ahead. It's just afternoon when Andy Byler, a friend, arrived at the Byler home. He shares the home with his pregnant wife, Rebecca, and their 2 children. Around 2:15 p.m., Byler walks into his living room, finding his wife dead on the floor. After checking on his wife, this might be a different one. Did I pull up the wrong one? Wouldn't surprise me if I did. Police car. Okay, hold on. This is a totally different one. Holy hell, we've got 2. Police cars lined Fish Flats Road outside of the Byler home. Rebecca Byler's death has been ruled a homicide. Authorities have not yet revealed how Byler was killed. Police say the crime does not look like a robbery. There's no evidence that anything was taken from the home. Shut up. Shut up right now. Okay, this one is a totally different one because that's not his name. We'll have to watch that one next as soon as we get done with this one. Holy hell. I'm telling you, these Amish people, y'all, they're just messing things up for me. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of that. That's another one, you guys, that we're going to be pulling up after we get done watching this one. Tashi said, AmishLove.com. Thank you, Melly Joe, for putting those in the chat. Let me remove this one. That's a totally different one. I guess nobody covered this one then. So let's pull this one up. I will tell you guys this. I have to walk the line, and I'm going to be walking it very, very like slowly and surely because I've already got a strike, and I got to keep my nose clean for 3 months to get it dropped off. And I'm playing another person's YouTube video, y'all. So that's what we're gonna do, and hope that I stop it enough and commentate on it. I will fight this one because I will be doing it and annoying the hell out of you guys because nobody likes a creator to commentate. They just want you just to play it and shut the hell up, and I get that. But you guys, it's alive. It has according to Leaning on it. I probably need to just do it and do it right. So here we go. Let me pull this one back up instead. And then we'll find out what that other one's about, you guys. I thought it was the same thing. I saw Amish and I was like, oh, what the hell? You know, that must be it. But it wasn't. Okay. All right. Y'all watch your ears. And you guys, my resource is Killer Crime. You guys go over and go over there and give them a follow and give them a thumbs up. I don't even know who they are, but I found it and I'm using it. So here we go. Because I think 48 hours got me before you guys. So hopefully this makes it through. If it gets shut off or whatever, I got my phone right here. If I shut down, it just means that YouTube is blocking me for a minute. I will be back and then I'll figure out another way to cover this. All right, here we go. You guys watch your ears.
In the virtually crime-free Amish community, members separate themselves from the world to find simplicity and godly self-reliance. But not everyone adheres to the rules.
He had a lot of girlfriends. He had a cell phone.
The Amish are a forgiving people, but some sins are greater than others.
They discovered she was lying there and there was blood all over.
Lies and deception run deep, and nothing is simple in the heart of Amish country. Wayne and Holmes County, Ohio, home to the largest population of Amish in the United States.
The Amish came to the American Midwest about 250 years ago, fleeing religious persecution in Europe.
They exist without electricity, plumbing, and many things we take for granted.
So their life is still pretty much as it has been for more than 200 years.
They feel that they can be closer to God if they don't have the conveniences that we have.
Within this low-crime community, there are only 2 reported murders among the Amish in America in more than 250 years.
These are the Halara low-rise jeans with the asymmetrical button, and they run big. You might think, no.
Eli Weaver and Barbara Miller are born into the Andy Weaver sect of the Amish and meet as teenagers.
The Andy Weaver sect is one of the most conservative of the Amish sects. There are several different groups within the Amish in Ohio.
The churches aren't structured, but every week they take turns and meet in barns. They follow the Bible's instruction not to be conformed with the world and protect themselves from outside influences, such as radio, TV, and the internet. No modern technology is allowed, no computers or even cell phones. In this community, there is group access to one shared telephone in a shanty-style booth.
The phone booth is one that they use regularly for their calls. It's not just an emergency, but it's like neighbors share the phone.
As well as no modern technology, an Amish person may only drive a horse and buggy. So if they require a car ride, they are allowed to hire what they term an English driver.
That's just their way of distinguishing between other people and people who are like them. Then they say like the English or the Mennonites when they're referring to a driver to come and pick them up.
Y'all, I still think that it's pretty damn awesome. And it says a lot that in 250 years, they've only got 2 or 3 in this community. And Holmes County, Ohio is really known for its Amish people. But I still think that's pretty damn good that they've got 2 or 3 different murders in there. I mean, that speaks a lot. That's pretty loud.
Eli and Barbara get to know each other as teens over Sunday meals, barn raisings, or when somebody is married.
The Amish are what are called Anabaptists. They believe that everybody has an individual right to decide if they're going to become baptized and stay in the Amish community.
The couple become close during Rumspringa, the time in an Amish youth's teenage life when they are allowed to experiment.
Rumspringa is the process of a teenage Amish child living English, trying out these things they want to try. It's not too uncommon to have Amish kids involved in a drinking party where there's underage alcohol consumption.
Barbara Weaver was born Barbara Miller, and she had what I think of as a very typical childhood. The way that she spent her Rumspringa years as a teenager was not pushing the boundaries and drinking and driving and carousing, but she would have girlfriends over. They read Amish romance novels, and it was just as innocent as you can imagine. Eli always had a reputation as a troublemaker. Even as a child, his mother said that he would want to get away with everything.
Eli Weaver experiments during Rumspringa.
We don't know if this kind of bad boy image appealed to Barbara Miller. She must have seen something in him that she thought would make a good husband and father, because that's what they're looking for.
If you decide to not become Amish after Rumspringa, you must part from your family. You can still see each other occasionally, but you're giving up a lot.
I believe it's a way to not have anybody living Amish who doesn't want to be.
Eli and Barbara choose to stay with their families in community. They get baptized, and then, after a short courtship, wed.
Eli and Barbara were very young when they got married, about 20 years old, and they would have had a ceremony in the Sunday barn and a big lunch afterwards.
They have 5 children and firmly settle into the traditional Amish way of life.
It's important to keep things within the Amish community because they don't want to live like the rest of us. They honor their faith by living separately.
The Weavers moved to Maysville in Wayne County to be closer to Barbara's family. It's there that Eli goes on to open a hunting business. He also works as a hunting guide.
He carried fishing rods and shotguns and everything that the hunter and fisherman needed. That was a really great idea for him because he wasn't a farmer. It was something that he had interest and expertise in.
His business is successful, and Eli and Barbara raise their children and live the typical Amish life.
Let me start by saying, as a painter, I hate wallpaper. But this peel and stick wallpaper from Wall Blush takes...
June 2nd, 2009. Barbara sleeps alone in the wee hours of the morning. Only her and the children in the house. Sometime later, an armed intruder enters the Weaver household through the unlocked door. As a thunderstorm rages outside, the lurker moves slowly through the Weaver household in search of something or someone. The sound of the storm masks the stranger's footfall. The ultimate destination is the master bedroom. Barbara Weaver is asleep when the intruder enters. The morning of June 2nd, one of the Weaver children tries to wake his mother up, but can't.
She was wearing a nightgown and she was lying on her right side and there was a huge wound in her chest.
He runs to a neighbor's house and tells her his mother won't wake up and her feet are cold.
She then went to the community telephone and called the sheriff's office.
911, do you have an emergency?
Yes, we do. Person not responding.
Do you know if the person's breathing?
No, I don't think she's breathing.
I had no idea what was going on. I happened to glance back down the alley and I saw 3 sheriff's cars. And I said, what on earth is going on back there? And then her sisters told me that Barbara had been found unresponsive and bloody, and everyone was just in shock.
It's inconceivable to friends and neighbors that the young, vibrant, and peace-loving Barbara Weaver, a pillar of the Amish community, is dead. And
Y'all, I have to stop it every now and then, you know it, but the music, I feel like there should always be a background of music in my everyday life. Like I want ominous music playing. That's my favorite type of music because I always feel like, I think I just think there should be a soundtrack for my life that should be playing everywhere I go. Now, I don't need that bubble over my head because nobody needs to know what I'm thinking about during those times. But if I could just get a soundtrack to play like everywhere I go, whatever's happening in my life, it would be brilliant, you guys. On the other note, did you guys see that picture of there was a picture that they showed. It was a crime scene picture and they were inside the house and it looked like it was the kitchen. It just flashed on the screen really quick. I wish they would have showed it more. This happened back in 2009, you guys, and I'm a little shocked by that picture. I guess I would have to look at what sect of Amish these people belong to, even though the Holmes County Amish, I want to say they are old world order, but the older world order that you are, meaning the more stricter of the Amish you are, the less you have. I mean, their houses are immaculate. Because they don't, I mean, they're they virtually only have what is needed in the house. There's no cute little thing sitting around or a picture or anything like that. It's just not there. Everything in their homes are purposeful, you know what I mean? Not to look at. So to see that crime scene photo in the kitchen where there's stuff everywhere, I'm a little shocked at that. Little shocked.
Question everyone is asking: where is Barbara's husband, Eli? In the tight-knit Amish community of Wayne County, Ohio, the ultra-conservative Eli Weaver sect has strict rules of conduct that all members adhere to. Eli and Barbara Weaver marry young, have a large family, and live the typical Amish life. But in the early morning of June 2nd, 2009, while Barbara is alone at home with the children, someone sneaks into the house and fires a shotgun at the sleeping figure in Eli's bedroom. In the morning, Barbara Weaver can't be roused.
The children went to the next door neighbor and asked for help. They said, I think my mom's dead. And the neighbor didn't want to believe it. She came over and then she discovered that she had been shot, and she went to the phone booth then to call for help.
Police and ambulance arrive on the scene. Deputies secure the house. Barbara Weaver is non-responsive. Authorities quickly learn from the neighbors that the couple's marriage is not an easy one, but the Amish are a non-violent people, so it seems extremely unlikely that this incident involves the Amish.
Murder among the Amish is really unusual and very rare.
So a crime this serious occurring to an Amish person is certainly news. It's very unusual. Occurring to an Amish woman makes it even more unusual.
The Weaver home is examined for clues by authorities. At 11:30 a.m., the coroner arrives. Barbara Weaver is officially pronounced dead.
A burglary was pretty easy to rule out initially. There was nothing touched in the house. There were valuables that were out. This appeared to be somebody walked in the house, shot Barbara Weaver, and then walked out and walked past valuables both times.
Police discover that at 3 a.m. that morning, Eli leaves with a party of friends for a fishing trip. Eli is contacted through the driver, who, being non-Amish, has a cell phone. Eli isn't given much information, but is told that his wife Barbara is non-responsive.
Between Eli and the men he was fishing with, they learned that something's happened. And so they stop and form a small prayer circle.
The group packs up their fishing gear and hurries back to Maysville.
Eli's friend Steve is driving them back to town, and the sheriff's deputy calls Steve, the driver. And Steve says, well, I'm just going to take Eli home. And the sheriff's deputies say, no, you're coming right to the sheriff's office. And you're not dropping Eli anywhere.
Okay, wait, these do not look fake at all. I've been really into these lately because they look so real and make any space feel prettier fast. They're perfect for the house or...
When Eli returns, he meets with detectives and gives a statement. Eli denies any involvement in his wife's death. Eli tells detectives that his wife helps him get ready for his fishing trip when he oversleeps, and that's the last time he sees her alive.
It's my belief the spouse is the suspect in 90% of the cases and is probably guilty of the murder in 95% of the cases. And I remember telling him, but at the same time, I was informed that he had an alibi. He was nowhere near the scene of the murder.
Police want to do a lie detector test, but Eli's attorney refuses.
I informed them that I believed I had an innocent client. We would not be doing that test today, but I thought he would be cooperating fully in their investigation to help them find the person that did it.
His alibi appears to be airtight. Eli signs papers permitting the search of his house and business.
They, after a while, took him home and had him change his clothes so they could take his clothes. They tested his hands for gunshot residue. There was nothing.
Investigators have the projectile that killed Barbara Weaver, but no murder weapon.
A lot of times we get the gun. A lot of times we don't. A lot of times the gun disappears and all we have is the bullet, possibility of what gun fired it, and that's it. We don't have nothing else.
Police collect 2 .410 gauge shotguns from Eli's gun shop. Examination of a firearm can include the rifling, which may reveal the brand or model of the firearm that fired a bullet.
Rifling characteristics. Every gun has it. Inside the barrel, you have cutouts that are called glands and grooves.
But inside, most shotgun barrels are a smoothbore, non-rifled surface.
Those shotguns, they have no ballistic value unless you have a shell casing. But when you have no rifling involved, there's no ballistic value with that particular firearm.
But what police notice in Eli's gun shop is that there is a box of .410 slugs with 1 slug missing. June 3rd, the day after the murder.
All right, guys, I'm just checking in with you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much for spending whatever time you can with me on Friday. Listen, of course, they had to use a gun from his gun shop. And not only that, the bullet came from his gun shop. Listen, people are so dumb. People are so dumb. I mean, we get cases that we cannot get seen to figure out, like Nancy Guthrie and where the skeleton boys are. And then we got this doofus that's like, yeah, I'm going to need you to go and, kill my wife. So I'm a playa. Go kill my wife. Oh, you need a gun? Just go into my shop, grab that gun. There's some bullets in there. Go do that. And then I'll go fishing. Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to be the wiser. Y'all, come on.
Phone messages are checked at the community phone booth, which is located obviously,
with that particular firearm.
Sorry about that.
But what police notice in Eli's gun shop is that there is a box of .410 slugs with 1 slug missing. June 3rd, the day after the murder, phone messages are checked at the community phone booth, which is located just outside of Eli's store. One new voicemail from an unidentified male states, "Eli, you can run, but you can't hide. Obviously, we got the wrong person last night."
They were trying to aim at him and they got his wife instead.
This message is interesting to police because Eli admits a secret to them in his interview.
When the police were questioning him, he had admitted that he had an affair with other women.
Did Eli's affairs turn dangerous and inadvertently catch his wife in the crossfire?
Someone was trying to kill Eli, walked into a dark room. If you think about it, there's no electricity in an Amish home. There's no lights to turn on. Went into the master bedroom and shot the body in the bed.
Eli's lovers could be the key to the murder.
There was a lot of roads to go down in the investigation, a lot of angles to look at as defense counsel here to try to figure out, 1, how to represent my client, but 2, how to assist law enforcement in finding the person that did this.
As the investigation heats up, initially the Amish people who know the Weavers.
If it is invalid, we promise a 10-fold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is
are quiet.
The Amish were told not to talk about it because they tend to be very clannish and circle the wagons whenever they feel like they're being attacked.
But soon, people will start to talk, and authorities will be led deep into the untold secrets of Amish country. Barbara Weaver, a young Amish wife and mother, is found shot dead in her bed. Her husband Eli confesses he is restless in the marriage. Police would consider him the prime suspect, but Eli leaves on a fishing trip with friends just before the killing and has an airtight alibi. An anonymous message left on the community phone makes it sound like it is Eli and not Barbara Weaver who is the intended target. Forensic experts find the victim, Barbara Weaver, is killed by a single shotgun blast to the right side of her chest.
The forensics people carefully measured the wound and concluded that the shot was made by a .410 gauge shotgun.
Several shotgun pellets are removed from the corpse. They also find bruising on her hands and neck.
They found a lot of powder burns on the blanket that had been covering her and on the nightgown. There was no gunpowder residue on her hands, so it wasn't a self-inflicted wound.
In the wake of the murder, women contact police about Eli Weaver. They claim they meet Eli over a dating chat site. Eli appears to have access to a cell phone and computer, both forbidden to the Amish.
They discovered that he had many more girlfriends than what he had said. He told each one they were the only one, and he was really cozy up to one, and then after a while another, and he was just kind of using all of them and not really wanting to attach to anyone in particular. And all the while, he's a married man with 5 children.
Eli's online profile asks, quote, "Who wants to do an Amish guy?"
Eli posted a photograph of himself nude from the waist up and went by the moniker Amish Stud. He attracted a lot of women who were interested in that because, that was forbidden. Barb.
Wow. I mean, listen, y'all, I'm just going to say it right now. If I'm on a dating site and I see that picture of that dude naked from the waist up, and it says, "Who wants to do an Amish guy?" Y'all, that is the best line I've ever heard. I mean, I'm paying money. Let's go. Are you freaking kidding me? Who clicks on it? Which one of y'all's clicking on that? Who's watching him? Who's paying attention and who's sleeping with him? I want to know.
His diaries and letters talk about how controlling Eli was, but also very plainly that he wanted a form of sex from her that she wasn't comfortable giving, and that was the main point of contention between them.
As well as multiple affairs, Eli leaves his wife in 2006 to live with a, quote, English woman named Christine. He comes back after 6 months, but 2 weeks later, he leaves his wife and children again. Barbara confides a lot with her sister Fanny.
When Eli found out that Barbara was writing to a counselor and getting letters in return, she had the letters go through Fanny's address so that Eli wouldn't know.
But Eli is unable to leave for long.
He went back to the Amish life, and he would have to have repented to the bishop. And both times, he was forgiven and taken back into the fold.
After his transgressions, the Amish spirit of forgiveness ensures Eli will again enjoy the support of his community.
They had shunned him, excommunicated and shunned him, but then he was welcomed back when he said he wanted to make things right again.
Despite being forgiven, some community members are still suspicious of him.
Well, I'd say, listen, if y'all want to go over there and live in these kind of communities, I think it's lovely. I think it's honorable. I think it's lovely. Who's watching out for these women? I'm sure Barbara wasn't like, "Oh, honey, please come home. Look, I know you're an asshole to me, and I know that you don't like me and you want to have sex a certain way, and I just don't. But those English women, they're trash. Can you please come home?" No, Barbara's probably saying, "Stay gone, motherfucker." And she doesn't have a choice. She doesn't have a choice whether he gets to come or he gets to go. The worst thing that happens is he gets shunned for a year. He gets to repent and say, I'm going to change my life. And then bada bing, you just go back in and mentally abuse his wife some more. And I mean, who's looking out for these wives? Curious.
But there is one local person who is with Eli frequently that perhaps no one suspects. Eli previously works in construction, and it's there he meets his co-worker's wife, Barbara Raber.
Barb Raber was raised Amish, but she was living an English lifestyle. She had a husband, she had a couple of children, and part of her employment was to drive Amish around and charge them for the travel.
They, at some point, began to have sexual encounters in her car or in the woods or in his barn. And she gave him a laptop and she gave him a cell phone.
Through his girlfriends, police learned that not only does Eli have his own cell phone, but that he has murder on his mind.
They were sharing with the detectives that Eli would jokingly say to them, you know, if you see my wife, will you run her down? Or how much would it take to pay somebody to poison my wife?
Gauze blouse that does it all. It covers the front and it covers the back and it has those side slits so it doesn't cling to your hip area.
Super excited. You guys, I think that's a country song. Murder on my mind. Murder on my mind. All right, I'll spare you.
None of them were interested in doing that.
She knew Eli had been exploring murder methods, and he had asked her if she would help kill his wife, and she was pretty convinced that he'd had a role in the murder.
Detectives want to get more concrete evidence.
She's wearing a wire, a bug, and she's actually left the police station, is in her car when Eli phones. She asks him about what happened to his wife.
She and Eli discuss the murder. Though he gives no incriminating information away, police now have his phone number. They get a subpoena for the phone records and learn that Barbara Raber has been giving Eli some interesting gifts.
She paid for his cell phone and the calls, and eventually she paid for cell phones that Eli was giving to some of his girlfriends.
Meanwhile, police make headway with the mysterious phone call left on the community phone.
It never added up to anything. I think they could tell right away that it was fake. It was a very bad fake call.
It clearly showed, in my mind, a consciousness of guilt, trying to create this smokescreen or a distraction for the investigators.
And the voice is easily identified by people in the community.
They all said, that's David Weaver. And then they went to David Weaver, who said, yes, Barb Raber asked me as a favor for Eli to leave this message.
Barbara Raber's name comes up all too frequently in the investigation.
When it was discovered that Eli had a cell phone with him, they got access to the phone and they did request the cell phone carrier preserve any text messages and activity on that phone.
Authorities learned that from May 30th to June 2nd, 2009, Barbara Raber and Eli exchanged text messages about methods of murder.
The texts were saying things like what kind of poison would work for her. They were researching that a little bit, and then finally Eli said, I don't care how you do it, just do it.
Graphic texts such as, maybe you could blow up the house. What about your kids? The kids will go to heaven because they're innocent. Alert police to a conspiracy to commit murder.
And then finally they settled on a shotgun. They didn't actually say shotgun, but that was kind of what the implication was. And then Eli said, just go up to the bedroom and get it done.
What? So, this motherfucker, you know, the stud, the Amish stud, that everybody's just in love with online. He can be a dick to his wife, come and go as he pleases, do whatever he wants to. Nobody in the community cares. You're just going to be shunned, but go live like the devil and leave your poor wife there to raise the kids. Come back whenever you want to. It's no big deal. You can repent In a year, you'll be back in good standings with the church. No big deal. And then he hires or sleeps with this dumb bitch for hire to kill his wife. And she asks about the kids, and neither one of them care about the kids. Oh, well, you know, they're going to go to heaven. I mean, they're dispensable, you know, so we can be together. Or I wonder if this dumb bitch who actually killed his wife thought that when she killed his wife, they were going to get away with it and that he was going to be faithful to her. And why didn't it click in her head? Okay, if this gigolo, online gigolo, doesn't care about his own kids, shouldn't that be like a light bulb flash that goes off in my head, thinking he sure as hell isn't going to care about mine? I mean, what? Does nobody use their brains around here?
On June 10th, 2009, detectives arrest both Eli Weaver and Barbara Raber.
When Eli is brought out of the house, his children watching, his legs give way, and he has to lean on the back of the sheriff's car before he gets inside. Almost the same thing with Barb Raber. Her legs give way, and she's more vocal than Eli is. She says right away, will I have an attorney? Is there an attorney there for me? She also says to the deputies, it doesn't look good, does it?
I was surprised when that happened, but in talking with the officers and looking at the reports, then I saw a little closer, a little more of the picture that they had, and thought their decision probably was justified with what they knew. But then they continued to investigate and really put a pretty solid case together based on circumstantial evidence, but overwhelming circumstantial evidence of Eli and Barbara Raber's guilt.
Barbara Raber admits to police she has an affair with Eli, but insists it ends 6 months earlier. She is adamant she did not commit murder and that she has an alibi.
Barbara said she was home all night and her husband knows that. Her husband was there too.
But Eli says it is his lover, Barbara Raber, who commits the murder.
He continued to point the finger at Barb Raber. He said he didn't know what had happened, but implicated Barb.
The day after Barbara Raber's arrest, she has a change of heart and admits she goes to the Weaver house around 4 a.m, armed with a .410 gauge shotgun. She says her only intent on the night of the murder is to frighten Barbara Weaver. But then something unexpected happens.
Oh, for the love of God, do not come at me and say she took a gun into that house just to threaten her and to scare her. Scare her for what? She has no control over her husband or her home or her life. So what are you trying to scare her for? She doesn't hold any cards. She doesn't even have a joker in her pocket, y'all. She don't have a wild card. So that's a total lie. And when did this chick, this Barbara, this hussy, when did she get some kind of conscience to her that she has a change of heart and she's just going to tell the police, yeah, I did it. But you know what? Something really bad happened. I wasn't going to kill a girl. I was just going to tell her, I was going to scare her. Scare her for what? For what? She couldn't do anything about it. If he'd have walked in and said, look, Barb, check it out, wife. Since you're the one that's not going to do me the way I want to be done in the bedroom per se, then I'm going to play this gigolo online and I'm getting my freak on with the English women. So I'm going to need you just to hold the house down, keep the home fires burning. And I'm going to do my thing, but I'm still going to come back here and just love you the way you need to be loved every great now and then. Make it look good to the church people or whatever. Oh, but then I got this other girlfriend that's a Mennonite. And, I'm going to hang with her and her kids over there. Anyone? I just don't understand. I don't understand this at all.
Here's the pen that erases scratches instantly. Look, no cut, no Photoshop. We let the
Eli Weaver does not follow the rules of his Amish sect. He has multiple affairs and even leaves his family twice. But when he begs forgiveness from his church, he's welcomed back. Barbara Weaver states she's not afraid of her philandering husband, but she is afraid of his girlfriends. Soon afterward, she is found shot to death in her bed. Barbara Raber, Eli's longtime affair, admits to sneaking in the Weaver house the night of the murder with the intent to scare Barbara Weaver.
In her first unrecorded statement, she mentioned walking down the hallway towards the bedroom and seeing somebody sit up on the couch, which the only way she could have known that is if she was in the house. That was one of the relatives' children spending the night on the couch.
But then, according to Barbara Raber, a terrible mistake happens.
Barb Raber claimed that she just went in to scare Barbara Weaver and the gun accidentally went off.
But authorities find Barbara Raber's accidental shooting story improbable. The texts police have seen between Barbara Raber and Eli show a cold-blooded killing, orchestrated by Eli and carried out by Barbara Raber.
I remember some of the text messages from the night of the murder, her telling Eli, I think it's like 3:30 in the morning, she's scared, she didn't know if she could get through with it, how is she going to get in the house, where should she park, him explaining that the basement door is open, there's a flashlight there for her. She was looking for him to give her strength to pull this off, and he was willing to keep pushing her and giving her the information, giving her the incentive, the encouragement to go in the house and do what she did.
And she felt like she just had to do it because she was doing it for him.
Barbara Raber appears to be someone who Eli Weaver could easily manipulate. She shows herself to be a supporter who is always there for Eli. Maybe even when it comes to helping Eli plan his wife's murder. As Barbara Raber writes in a text, quote, I thought if we could get that fly poison stuff in a spice cupcake, she might not detect it.
The moment that Barb Raber is arrested, they have a search warrant and they go in to search her house. It's kind of tough because she was a hoarder. It was so bad that it was mentioned twice at her trial, how difficult it was to search her house. They found a laptop that she had sort of hidden, and they found that she had searched 841 times for poisons using searches such as quickest way to kill a person or easiest way to kill somebody.
Police learned that a few weeks before the murder, possibly inspired by Barbara Raber's research on poison, Eli tries to kill his wife, Barbara Weaver, himself.
She took a sip and she knew instantly something was wrong and she spit it out. And she asked him, Eli, what was in this? And he said it was sleeping pills. He was trying to kill himself. But I think she knew. She wasn't that stupid that she wouldn't have known that he was actually meaning for her to drink it.
Even after the incident, his wife, Barbara Weaver, stays with Eli.
It's a sacred thing among the Amish that you stay in your marriage and you work things out. You don't just leave. It's not an option to divorce.
After his...
Y'all, you know I'm coming in. You know I'm coming in. You know I'm coming in here. She knew that he gave her something in that water that was not good for her. He says, it's got sleeping pills in it. I wanted to kill myself. Y'all would have handed him the cup. I'd have been, here you go, honey. Go finish that off. Go. I'll sit right here. Go ahead, finish that off. Y'all, I'm being facetious, I know. But this story is making me sick because this woman was forced to stay in this marriage knowing, even taking a drink of something he wanted to kill her with. Now, for all you Amish out there that I know that are hiding your laptops and your phones, let me tell you something. If you would just research or own a vehicle, you will know that you can kill somebody pretty easy with just antifreeze, and it's cheap, and there's hardly any taste to it. It may take a couple of good doses, over a couple of weeks. It'll make them highly, highly sick. But there's much easier ways to go about this. And because you live in the community you live in, those kind of murders are easier to get away with because there's not a gunshot wound in somebody's body. Okay. You could just say, oh, passed away, natural causes. And the police aren't even going to go in there and look, you guys, because it's an Amish community. Listen, this makes me sick. 100% makes me sick. Sick that this woman, can you guys even hear me? That this woman even has to stay in this. She knew that he was giving her something, and there's not a damn thing. It's not like yo, Bishop, listen, man of God, there's a couple scriptures in the Bible that talk about that a man should love his wife like Christ loved the church. I just don't see Christ putting sleeping pills in his wife's drink. I'm going to need you to do something with that player that's living in my house. And not only that, he wants me to take it from the back, and I don't want to do that either. That's in the Bible too. Y'all, I can't with this. I can't.
Failed attempt at murder. Texts show that Eli encourages Barbara Raber to do the job for him.
He could pretty much just get her to do what he wanted.
And she thought they were going to have a life, and she would do this for him.
Despite Barbara Raber's apparent act of devotion, after the murder, Eli quickly distances himself from her.
The next time that Eli's questioned, he brings up Barb Raber, and he says that she's in love with him, crushing on him, and that she might have killed his wife, and she wants him herself.
On August 17th, 2009, Eli Weaver agrees to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. As part of the plea deal, he promises to testify for the prosecution at Barbara Raber's murder trial.
Eli really didn't care what happened to Barb Raber in all of this. He was throwing her to the wolves.
Eli saw everybody around him as sort of supporting actors in the play or the movie of Eli Weaver's life.
Barbara Raber, however, doesn't want a deal. She wants to go to trial and have her day in court.
She wants a trial because she believes she can prove she's innocent.
The Barbara Raber murder trial gets underway on September 16, 2009. Gun store owner Larry Miller takes the stand and testifies that the defendant, Barbara Raber, purchases a 410 on November 15, 2008. David Weaver describes the message he left at Barbara Raber's request on the community phone that attempts to confuse police about the shooting.
He just said that's the kind of thing you do for a friend.
David Weaver also mentions that he lends Barbara Raber a 410 gauge shotgun in the past that she never returns.
Her attorney worked very hard to propose a different scenario, and that is that Barb Raber was never at the house, or she was at the house and didn't fire the gun.
Defense proposes that Barbara Weaver is murdered by her husband, Eli Weaver, before he even leaves for the fishing trip, just after 3 a.m.
The medical examiner said she'd been dead a few hours when her son found her, and they narrowed it to, I believe, between 1 and 7 o'clock in the morning.
This timeline gives Eli ample opportunity to kill his wife before he leaves the house early that morning. In addition to the shotgun wound, Barbara's body has unexplained contusions, scratches, and bruising. Defense argues Eli is a murderer trying to frame his girlfriend.
Y'all, there's the girlfriend right there. There's the one that killed his wife right there. She's the one that is bending over frontwards for old Eli. Let's back that up just a minute so we could take a look at Eli now. I mean, uh, listen, a user is a user is a user, and they use anybody, and they don't give a damn how old you are or how young you are. But I could be wrong in all this, but she looks old enough to be his mama. Let's take a look at Eli in court. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up his picture. Okay, here we go. Oh no, not there. A little bit further. Oh no, too far. Oh, there you go. There you go. Look at that pretty boy. Y'all, tell you what, that's a hot looking man right there. I'll tell you if I saw that with no naked from the waist up, they said. The Amish playa. Who wants to do an Amish playa? Who wants to do a good old Amish one? Y'all, I'm gonna tell you that haircut, that whole thing that he's got going on for himself. I'm telling, chef's kiss. I'm all over that like white on rice. Y'all hear me? I mean, damn, that's a good looking specimen right there, right? I mean, check it out. They got the Jim Carrey haircut, and that facial hair, y'all, you Englishmen, listen, we're gonna need you Englishmen to start putting a bowl over your head and just get them bangs cut perfectly like that. And then we're gonna need you to grow out a full beard, like straight from the sides all the way to, oh, listen, sexiness everywhere right there. You American men, you English men want to know what you're doing wrong? This right here is a real man. This is a player. He's the gigolo. He's the man. Okay. Check it, you guys. I'm telling you, listen, I'm an educational channel as well, you guys. I try to help everybody here. Hello, Belly. Good to see you. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Wrong station. Listen, that is sexiness from word go.
Is a murderer trying to frame his girlfriend, Barbara Raber.
What worked in her defense is that they couldn't show that Barb Raber had ever been in that house. Not one fingerprint, not one trace of anything else. It was as if nobody had been in that house except Eli and his kids.
Eli Weaver has motive and opportunity, and so does Barbara Raber. Although prosecution has no murder weapon, no fingerprints, and no sign of forced entry.
She had several different versions of what happened that were inconsistent with each other, inconsistent with the evidence, too. In her initial interview with law enforcement, Barb Raber claimed that she just went in to scare Barbara Weaver and the gun accidentally went off. But then she later claimed she was never in the house.
Following testimony from the medical examiner and several police officers, and with the case hanging in the balance, a surprising witness takes the stand. Two former lovers battle in court to place the blame for murder. The victim's husband, Eli Weaver, and his lover, Barbara Raber, both have motive and opportunity. Barbara Raber's cellmate from Wayne County Jail.
Hold up, what? I missed the picture. I gotta go back to the picture. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta see the pictures again, people. Listen, one more time. Let's watch this again. Hold on.
Gun accidentally went off. But then she later claimed she was never in the house.
Following testimony from the medical examiner and several police officers, and with the case hanging in the balance, a surprising witness takes the stand. Two former lovers.
First of all, what the hell happened to her lips? Where'd they go? Oh God, let me shut up.
Battle in court.
Oh, ugh. Oh, look at them eyes. They're so dreamy, aren't they?
To place the blame for murder. The victim's
Oh, he is straight up stud. Take, slap it, flip it, rub it down. That guy has just got everything I've ever wanted.
husband, Eli Weaver, and his lover.
Oh, the pictures get better and better and better. I mean,
Barbara Raber. Both have motive and opportunity. Barbara Raber's cellmate from Wayne County Jail is sworn in to testify. According to this witness, Barbara Raber admits to her that she purchases a .410 gauge shotgun after Eli Weaver, on numerous occasions, begs her to murder his wife. A compelling story against Barbara Raber takes shape. Raber also asks the cellmate if she knows how long a fingerprint can last on a gun. Barbara Raber gives police inconsistent statements, initially denying any involvement, and then later claiming Weaver's death is accidental.
You can argue conflicting theories and tell the jury either one of these could be true, but I don't think you can go to a jury and say, I didn't do it, and also I did it because he made me. I think that sort of inconsistency weakens both of those arguments.
Barbara Raber confesses to killing the victim with a gun accidentally and from afar, but that doesn't match the forensics.
The autopsy of Barbara Weaver showed that it was a shotgun shot to her chest, fairly close range. There was powder residue, what we call stippling, on the sheet that was on top of her, which indicated the barrel of the shotgun was 6 inches to 12 inches, I believe, from her chest.
She exchanges text messages with Eli both directly before and after Barbara Weaver's murder, placing herself at the scene.
There were several avenues where she could have obtained a gun. There was a call from Barbara Raber to her husband asking him to get rid of that thing. She didn't identify it as a gun. I think she mentioned it was in a camper and a trailer on the property. He denied ever doing anything, but police went out there and never found any weapon in the camper.
Eli Weaver testifies against Barbara Raber and notes that after he speaks of wanting to be rid of his wife, Raber suggests poisoning his wife, suffocating her, or killing her with a firearm. Eli explains that the detailed text messages he and Barbara Raber exchanged that clearly show her plan to murder his wife, including a text message in which she suggests the day of the murder, June 2nd, quote, would be a good day to do it.
Clearly. Y'all, I'm telling you this. I know we're being sick men, and I'm number one for being sick men, but listen, God rest Barbara Weaver's soul, but I shouldn't say but, because usually that negates what you said, what you previously said. So God rest Barbara Weaver's soul, exclamation point. Now, on to these two fools. Let me tell you something. First of all, I'm really sick that he only got 15 to life. 15 to life. Now, I know that I think he already, no, did he already have a parole? No, he's due for parole in 32, which is going to be faster than, I mean, what, that's just 8 years away, right? No, that's not even 8 years. That's 6 years. 6 years he's up for parole, right? Do I think he's going to get out? Well, I guess it just depends on how much time they need in the pokey. I mean, how much room they need in the pokey, because we're always setting, the killers and the rapists and, the violent offenders. We're always setting, we always get them out of the jails. We just leave the ones in jail that are only harming themselves. That's the way our judicial system works. That's what we do here. So it wouldn't surprise me if you got out on good behavior. Right. And then this dumb bitch What'd she get? 15 years total for it? Now, I'm sorry, she looks old enough to be his mama. Look, users, like I said, will be users. But homegirl should have known, listen, if he's willing to kill his wife and he's not caring about his children and he's sleeping with you, I mean, look in the mirror. There's a reason. See, I'm a realist. I don't blow smoke up my own ass or anybody else's. I'd be looking in the mirror going, yeah, what's he see, girl? What's he see? Oh, you're bending over. Got it. And then I'd be done. I'd find the reason, right? It's just odd to me that there are so many people that don't even know their own worth, that they're willing to do anything for anybody just to be loved for 5 minutes. And what did this dude do? He threw you right underneath the bus, and you were too stupid to read who he was just because you was getting it over the desk somewhere. I mean, listen, Linda, listen. Oh my gosh. I want to know who's raising all these kids now. The community, the community of leaders that left poor Barbara Weaver to be abused by her husband and then killed by one of his girlfriends. Is that who's raising her babies now? And where was her mama and daddy? That's what I want to know, because I'm going to tell you what, I don't care what religious fanatical thing that I'm following. I don't, when it comes to my kids, the last thing I'm going to think about is the afterlife. You hear me? I will kill you over my children. And I'm sure all of you would too. But there's so many people that are so brainwashed in this world, and that they think that living in this kind of abuse, because this is abuse completely, living in this kind of abuse is what it's going to take to get them to heaven. And that's so sad. So sad that this is what religion, and listen, I love Jesus just as much as anybody else, but I don't believe, or I will not follow a religious sect. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I just won't do it. I've seen too much. I've known too much. I've studied too much about different religions, and I'm just like, negative, not for me. No. I am so sad for this woman, and even for her children that are probably still in that community. And I pray they get out, because I hope that something comes to them, that not only did their own father and his girlfriend fail them, their whole community failed them. That whole religion failed them. They failed them.
After the murder, Eli receives a text message from Barbara Raber asking that he not give up the cell phone, showing her awareness of its damaging content.
Barb Raber and technology never got along very well. We know it was the text messages that implicated her.
She also sends a text message to Eli asking him how to clean a gun so it will not appear as if it has been fired, and asking him what she should tell her husband if he discovers that the .410 gauge shotgun is missing.
She thought when she was in jail awaiting trial that she could phone her sister and friends and her husband, and that the jail wouldn't know what she was saying if they spoke in Dutch, which is the main language there. So she just said all kinds of things in Dutch that implicated herself. And of course, the police department got a neighboring detective who speaks Dutch, and he came over and translated everything.
The way that y'all have gone crazy over these shirts for 2 years in a row, I am not kidding. These shirts sell out so fast. I have all the colors. It's almost like a comfort color, but listen, they're 100% cotton. They feel like the muslin baby blankets, you know what I'm talking about? This is a size small. They are oversized, okay?
Oh,
I have
listen, I'm not calling out all you homeschoolers, but let me just say this to you, because I believe in homeschool and I believe in private schooling and stuff, because I think our schools have gone to shit. But let me tell you something, if you're homeschooling your children or you've got them in private schools, make sure they know that just because you speak a certain language, there's always somebody out there that can interpret it. I guess they didn't teach her that in her homeschool, that just because she was living in an English country with us evil English people that never killed anybody for some gigolo online, we know that even if we're speaking pig Latin, somebody is going to understand what we're saying, you dumb bitch.
On October 1st, 2009, the jury finds Barbara Raber guilty of aggravated murder and is sentenced to life in prison.
The community had suspected all along that Eli was involved. It was kind of a shock to learn that Barbara was involved because they didn't think she was capable of such a thing. There was a lot of shock and horror there, and members of Barbara's church were really shocked too. They didn't think she was capable of murder.
In Barbara Raber, Eli finds the perfect patsy.
Barb came from a very troubled family. They were Amish. There were 4 young sons who died of a very unusual disease when they were all quite young. Then her parents adopted her and a couple of sisters. So there was just always this terrible feeling of tragedy and loss underlying everything in her family.
I understood that Barbara went along with Eli because she wanted to feel validated. She wanted to feel like she's really someone important, and she didn't get that from her family.
The children of both Barbara Weaver and Barbara Raber inherit a terrible legacy of violence.
Now they have one parent dead and one in prison, and they're being raised by relatives, and it's been really hard for the children.
There's a larger trend now among the Amish to allow law enforcement into the community.
They've been willing to report those crimes, where before they felt it was God's command not to report a crime. If somebody steals from you, turn your cheek. And that has slowly turned into a willingness to report crimes.
The murder of Barbara Weaver is planned and executed with the aid of technology in a community that forbids electronics.
A lot of Amish kids have cell phones they sneak and hide and charge in the barn and keep in their pocket and that sort of thing. That's always part of the rebellion.
Because of his plea deal in exchange for testifying against Barbara, Eli Weaver gets 15 years to life in prison at the Marion Correctional Institution.
I know that Eli has made friends in prison. I think he's the leader of a work group or something.
Y'all, he's made friends in prison. He's the leader of a work group. I wonder if he's got, listen, y'all, he's got all the laptop use he wants right there in prison. He is, I'm telling you, homeboy is still on his Amish dating site as Mr. Stud Muffin of the Amish Community Jail Center. Look at them eyebrows. Can we just stop and appreciate for 2 seconds the eyebrows on Stud Muffin here? Can we appreciate this? Listen, I'm a little shitty that he can take a plea deal, and I understand that someone's got to pay for a crime, right? I get that. And I understand sometimes you have to play with the devil to get justice, I guess. And he happens to be the devil in this. But here's what I don't understand. Why even our courts allow this to happen? Listen, they have all the text messages. They have, I mean, it's, to me, it's a cut and dry case. They have everything there between the two. He even though he did not pull the trigger, he's just as guilty as her. Why is there a plea deal even involved in this? They should both be there for life. They both took a life indirectly and not. I don't understand the way that the judicial system works. I don't get it. Nice eyebrows, dude.
Something. The way I characterize Eli is that he's like a super con man. He knows how to get what he wants by using his charm, and he uses people as a means of getting what he wants.
My opinion of him then became that he was clearly a very selfish man who would rather have his wife killed and possibly his children as well to get out of a marriage that he was not committed to, but yet to still have the Amish community, which he was not committed to, in the background willing to support him. So he really wanted the best of both worlds, and he wasn't worried about who he needed to kill to maintain that.
His wife, who all she wanted was a good marriage and children, and who tried so hard to reach him and never could, but that she was murdered because he wanted to be free.
In one of her last letters to her counselor, Barbara Weaver writes of her husband, quote, "I often think of Christ's words, 'Forgive him, for he knows not what he does.'"
The Amish community is an extremely forgiving community, but I think this has served to sever ties with Eli. Although I have been told he still maintains a relationship with his children, I think some of them would be willing to see him or anxious to see him and reestablish a relationship.
Eli's children, who are the victims of the crime, may possibly show their father Amish forgiveness.
If you take into consideration the victims of the offense, they may be requesting the defendant get out. So that's another way to factor in how you decide whether or not justice has been served.
If his children speak on his behalf, it is possible Eli will be released in 2024, when he is 44 years of age.
But I don't.
That's what I thought. I thought I had read that there was already a parole hearing, and the next one is going to be in 2032. He got denied for parole. Y'all, it's so sad. But it's so sad. Those baby. Listen, I believe in forgiveness too. Forgive, move along. But y'all, forgiveness does not mean forgetting and allowing hatred and abuse and everything to continue. You forgive, you walk away and let them lay in their squalor. That's what it's about. These poor babies, these poor, and what the hell? That lady said that the reason why Barbara killed his wife was because she had such a sad upbringing, you guys, and she was looking for validation that she didn't get when she was. What the hell happened to her husband? She was married, so she didn't get it from him either? Or she just wanted to bend over a desk somewhere and he wasn't about that? I mean,
I believe he'll be able to come back to his Amish church and begin again as a member of the Amish community. Although, again, I'm amazed by their ability to forgive.
Barbara Raber is serving.
Y'all, here we go. Let's appreciate the whole fact that Barbara is no longer interested in men. Can we? Listen, this whole picture shows me right now that Barbara has flipped the coin. Okay? I'm just letting you guys know that right now. Barbara is no longer batting for team male, if you get what I'm saying. Okay? And no longer is Barbara even claiming Amish, y'all. I'm just letting you know, Barbara, she's a thug straight up. Okay? She is now the gigolo. I'm calling it as I see it, y'all. I'm calling it as I see it. Barbara here is now the new gigolo on Tinder for Amish butch women. Just saying. You're welcome for my commentating. You're welcome.
20 years to life at the Ohio Reformatory for Women and will be eligible for parole in April of 2032.
I don't know if you guys can read this, so I'm going to read it to you. It says, Eli Weaver pled guilty to complicity to commit murder and was sentenced to 15 to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2024. I already read that he did not get paroled. Barbara Raber, you know, the one who is no longer taking it from behind, she's now given it, was found guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison. She will be eligible in 2032. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this. I don't think Barbara here, Barbie sister, brother, male butch chick, Amish person, even cares about getting out of prison. She's living her best life, y'all. She's living her best life. No longer is she that abused child. No longer is she unappreciated by her husband and her family, that she had to go and meet the studiest of the studs over on amish.love.com. She's the rock star in prison now, you guys. I mean, she has finally found her position in a life. And I don't think homegirl wants to get out. She's no longer having to cook 3 meals a day. She's no longer having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to kill people. She's no longer having to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to make sure the wash is on the line by 5 o'clock. She's no longer having to light candles to make sure that the house is, you can see to go to the outhouse in the bathroom. Y'all, she flips a switch, just like the rest of us now. And she's happy doing it. Happy.
First, Papa John's made your favorite pizza. Now we're making your new favorite oven-toasted sandwiches for only $7.99.
And that's that. Her name is no longer Barb. It's Bob. They call her Bob in prison. Yeah, Bob. What up, Bob? That's perfect. Y'all, yeah, y'all lick it. Lick the like button if you want to. No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm done. I'm done with the whole like thing. God, it pisses me off. It really just does. Listen, that case was nuts. It's even more nuts because I do believe that there is, oh God, forgive me for saying this, but hell, it's true. Listen, with as much problems, no, I probably shouldn't say it. I probably shouldn't. I'll probably go to hell for that. There's probably not enough holy water and forgiveness to get me to heaven if I actually go down that road. So I won't do it. I'm just not going to do it, you guys. I will not be influenced by this negativity of YouTube that will send me to hell. If I'm lying, I'm frying, I ain't doing it, ain't going to hell. Listen, listen, you know, nope, not doing it. No, Satan. I'm not today. No, not doing it. I think it's sickening that once again, this man is eligible for parole again in just 6 years. I do think that eventually he will get out because that's just what we do. I think, Bob. I think Bob is just happy being Bob and being where Bob's at because, listen, the Amish life is not for wussies. We all know that. And, I mean, they work hard. Bless their hearts. No wonder they're all freaking skinny. And these people are hard-working people. And for the most part, I do believe they're good people. That's who I am, though. I believe in the good of people. And I think there are way more good people than there are bad people out there. I do. I believe that. And I'll always believe that. And that's the way that I want to believe. I choose to believe that. So I still love the Amish. I'm not going to sit here and hate on them for their lifestyle or what secrets they may hold within their communities or whatever. I'm not going to do that based on just a couple of things that I know. I think it's a pretty damn good track record to be in a community like that for 250 years or so. Let's just say 100 years. Let's just say 20 years, and only to have recorded 2 to 3 homicides or murders, whatever you want to call them. I think that's a now, is it possible that they've covered up a lot? Yeah, sure it is. But hell, anybody looking at Hollywood? I mean, that's happening right underneath our noses. They're stealing our children. They're drinking their blood and doing all the things, and nobody's saying nothing about that. No, we're not even going to release that. We're not going to don't talk about that. But let's talk about the Amish, or people in the hood, or people in these cities that have skid row. Let's talk about them. They're the bad people, y'all. Come on. There's bad people everywhere. So that's that. It's good to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Women have no say, period. That's right. That's right. But it's not just only in the Amish community. It's really not. It amazes me. It amazes me. And I could speak on this because I was in what some people would consider a cult, and I won't tell you what. I raised my kids in a certain community and in a certain way, because I was just trying to get to heaven, you guys. Just trying to get to heaven. And I wanted to live a good life, and I still do. I'm just a foul person. I'm a foul person, to tell you the truth. I'm like, what? I mean, I need a lot. If you're praying for anybody, y'all better be praying for me, because I'm trying to get to heaven. Just not trying hard enough, because I hang out here with the trash and I'm the leader of it. Damn it. But anyways, listen up. Forgot what I was going to say. Of course, people get caught up in these things for different reasons. You were either raised in them, and you get so brainwashed, and you get so fearful that we forget to teach people just simply about the love of God. Now, I grew up Baptist, and where they listen, our preacher preached fire and brimstone, okay? And that is looked down upon in today's world, because everybody should just think love, and nobody should believe that there is a hell. Okay. Believe what you want to believe. Look, I'm not your savior. I didn't die on a cross. I gave you nothing but a trashy YouTube channel to come to whenever you feel like it. All right. So you guys believe what you want to. You're not going to get any hate, and you're not going to get any disrespect from me at all. But let me just say this. Some people just can't help it, because they have been so indoctrinated, and so their brains so trained into thinking that punishment. And there's so much I could talk on about that, but now's not the time or place. And I don't know if it'll ever be the time or place. But that's how they view a God, is punishment. And I think there's got to be a balance. I think you've got to have a balance, just like you do with your parents. Now, I'm old school, you guys. I was raised, my parents grounded me. Well, we didn't call it ground. My dad called it restriction. I'm still on restriction, y'all. He used to tell me, you're on restriction until further notice. My dad never gave us a time frame, ever. I think I left home. I never got the notice. I'm still on restriction, and I haven't lived with him since I was 12. So, and every time I see him, and I'll see him next weekend, like, am I still on restriction? He said, I'll give you notice. Okay. I guess that's coming with his death certificate. But anyways, I think there has to be a balance, just like it is with parents. You respect your parents because A, you love your parents, and B, because they're going to whip your ass if you don't. Hi, Jay. Good to see you. And I think with love comes discipline, with discipline comes love, and that's the way that it should be. And I'm sorry if that doesn't appeal to anybody here, and I'm sorry if that offends you. There's a huge difference between abuse and discipline. And I was taught how to discipline. I was disciplined. And I think people get that line really fucked up. And some people just don't know the difference. But I know the difference from experience. So it's the same way with God. I think that religions and churches that are preaching only the hell and damnation at the end are wrong. Hey, well, those are my dogs. They want to play. And then I think churches and religions that are teaching only the love of God are wrong, because I think both of them, discipline and love, have to go hand in hand for it to work. That's just me. That's the way I raised my kids. I think I did a pretty good job. I think it's the best job I ever did at anything. It's the only thing I was ever good at. The only thing, hands down. And I still failed, but it's the only thing that I'm proud of in my whole life is those kids. So I feel sorry for these women, because they are only being told in these communities, you're supposed to love your husband. You're supposed to forgive your husband, your husband, your husband, your husband, your husband. And not once are they being told, they're using scripture, which is how I believe we should all live our life. But they're not using any scriptures that tell the men how they're supposed to be treating their wives, obviously. Hi, Linda. Good to see you. Let's see. Let me jump in chat. Marina says, so she's not gay for the stay. She's all the way. That's right. I don't like fake ass people. You love who you love. I can respect that they choose that lifestyle. Please respect mine. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm still going to call it like I see it. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead, girl. Just put your ugly out there. We don't care. We don't care. We've seen it all. No judgment from me whatsoever, but your picture already tells us everything we need to know. Thank you. Marina says, Leanie, I believe that is what is truly in your heart. I refuse to go to a man-made building and give money I work for to a person telling me I have to pay my way into heaven. What the fuck? No way. Yeah. Now there's scripture that talks about tithing, and I believe in all that. Like I said, it's in the Bible. I believe we should follow it. But if you don't, that's not my problem. That's between you and your God. I have no say in that at all. I have to live my life the way that I think God wants me to live mine, and you have to do the same. And I'm not sitting in judgment on anybody. Forget that. No way. No. They do say a man should treat his wife like he treats the church. That's scripture. Yes, but they aren't teaching that. They may say it, but they're not teaching it, obviously, because this poor woman was made to stay in that marriage knowing that her husband not only tried to kill her, literally, but he was having affairs left and right on her. He'd leave her with the kids, go hang out, be all English and worldly and unholy and all this. And then, oh, by God, he done got his fill. His blue balls are now back to the perfect shade pink. And he heads on back home. Ask the bishop for forgiveness. Ask the community for forgiveness. And he's back in good standing in a couple of months. And then, damn, his balls get blue again. He's got to go. Listen, they may say it, but they're not teaching it. What do you mean? Why are we watching this one again? We're not watching anyone, Miss Barbara. You must be backwards. Pull it forward. I don't have anything on right now. You must have backed up, Miss Barbara. Anyways, it's good to see you guys. Listen, when I was pulling up this stuff to do this, I thought Nancy Grace had covered this, which is the first one I wanted to watch was just Nancy Grace's take on it, because she's my boo thing, y'all. Nancy Grace is my boo thing. I love her so much. Couldn't stand her when I was younger, you guys. Couldn't stand her. And the older I get, and the more sickening I get, and the more jaded I get, and the more hateful and dirty and raunchy and mean ass woman I get, I understand Nancy, and I'm like, she's my boo thing, y'all. Anyways, come to find out, oh, Nancy didn't cover this. I started playing it. I was like, hold on. Woo, woo. Can you guys hear me? Hello. I see everybody saying hello. Can you guys hear me? Don't confuse me in the chat, okay, guys? Okay. Any hoot and a holler. Come to find out, there was a whole nother one. So I'm going to pull that one up because why not? I'm still awake. And we'll find out which one Nancy was talking about. Now, I do know there's another one going on over in Ohio right now of a man who killed some girl he was sleeping with and left her body, you guys, with the pet goat or something like that. Oh, for the love of God. Listen, they haven't gone to trial yet. He's been indicted, all this other stuff. He's just another looker. He's another looker. I mean, I think it's the haircut. I'm just going out on a limb here saying my thing with these men is the haircut. He's a looker. But anyways, his trial date has not been set yet. I appreciate that he killed her and he left her with the pet goat. I mean, it's kind of like here, watch over her. I don't know. DJ says, wow, this ain't no place for men. We aren't all the same. Listen, DJ, nobody said a man is all the same. I never once lumped all men into this. I am lumping together this community who allows these women to be abused by men in the name of God. So this isn't about men. Men could be here all you want to. I'm grateful that y'all are here. But nope, that's not what I did at all. I'm talking about this community of Amish who failed this woman and her children. If you're not in the community, I ain't talking about you. So suck it, DJ. Okay? All right, let's bring up this other one. Let's go to part 2. I didn't even know there was going to be a part 2. Let's find out what old Nancy has to say about it, y'all. Y'all, my source, of course, is Nancy Grace. My boo thing, y'all. This was put out March 1st, 2024, so it wasn't that long ago. Let me read the caption on it. It is, it's just afternoon when Andy Byler and his friend arrive at the Byler home. He shares the home with his pregnant wife, Rebecca. By the way, I love the name Rebecca. If your name is Rebecca, I hope your mother spelled it with a K just like this because I love it even more. And their 2 children. Around 12:15 p.m., Byler walks into his living room to find his wife dead on the floor. After checking on his wife, Byler starts looking for his children, and the friend calls the police. The children are in the home and unharmed, thank God. Police cars lined Fish Flats Road. Say that twice. Fish Flats Road, outside the Byler home. Rebecca Byler's death has been ruled a homicide. Authorities have not yet revealed how Byler was killed. Police say the crime does not look like a robbery, and there's no evidence that anything was taken from the home. For now, there are no suspects or motives. All right, so like I said, this Nancy Grace put out on March the 1st, 2024. Obviously, it's 2 years later. Obviously, there's more stuff out there on that. So we're going to watch this like it just happened. And I'm going to be doing some research in the background. So I won't be paying attention to chat because I want to find out what happened and if we get to the end of the story. Watch your ears, guys. Here we go.
Also understand too.
Check out Nancy, y'all. 2 years ago. Homegirl doesn't change except for her makeup and weird lipstick.
Murdered in her own home in Amish country.
Say it ain't.
What? In her own home. Now, according to many people that are familiar with the Amish lifestyle, they are deeply religious. They eschew modern entrapments. They don't drive cars, much less flashy cars. Many of them don't even use zippers to zip their clothing. They use buttons. They dress very plainly and try their best to emulate their Lord Christ by being humble and loving the Lord. So how in a community where there are not even zippers, much less guns, where everyone has a vow of pacifism, does this young pregnant mom end up dead? Right now, only one clue to who did this deed. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to Lieutenant Martin Windorf.
PSP Corey got a call through 911 of a deceased female that was found at the scene here. We were responded. At this point, we have confirmed the identity of the female, that she is deceased, and it looks like suspicious circumstances.
Right now, the police in Amish country are holding everything very tightly and close to the vest. We have managed to get the name of the victim, 23-year-old Rebecca Byler, 23 years old, and her unborn baby. Both dead. We understand in the family home. We also understand 2 little children were in the home at the time of the murders. All of this is unfolding now. We are trying to confirm everything that we are learning. But right now, the hunt is on and the investigation is on for Rebecca's killer. Tip line 814-663-2043. Repeat, 814-663-2043. Again, this has occurred in Amish country, Pennsylvania. With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now, but to Trooper Cindy Schick, PIO, Pennsylvania State Police. Listen.
The death is currently being investigated as a criminal homicide. We are aggressively investigating all available leads. We want to solve this just like the community wants us to solve it. So any information that's out there, we want people to come forward and help us resolve this issue.
Joining me an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now, but I do know this. Typically, when LA law enforcement is begging the public for help, that means they really do need help in solving the murder of Rebecca Byler, just 23 years old, and her unborn child. Again, all-star panel joining me. First, I'm going to go to Jennifer Barrasso, investigative reporter, KDKA TV. Jennifer, first of all, tell me where this happened. If you guys in New York could put up our Google Maps, it's when I look down, I've looked at an aerial. I lived in Pennsylvania for a good bit of time and traveled to Amish country. It is, look at that. Look at that. All green. When you go to Amish country, the plats on which the homes are situated can be 3, 4, 7 acres. They're big. There's very low population. To Jennifer Barrasso, investigative reporter, KDKA TV. Jennifer, again, thank you for being with us. Tell me about the area, and I've got a reason for asking this. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So, Nancy, as you mentioned at the top of this report, that this Crawford County is a very, very rural county. It is about 25 miles southeast of Erie, Pennsylvania. There is a fair amount of Amish in the area. Where this murder happened, the house was on a dirt road. So it would not be unusual if you drove through that area that you may not see your next door neighbor. It's spread apart, and that is a challenge for law enforcement right now. You know, sources telling me that this happened on a dirt road, so you're not going to have a lot of people driving there, thus not a lot of people, not a lot of witnesses, basically.
Jennifer Barrasso, that's exactly where I'm headed. You read my mind. Now, you know, in a lot of big cities, they think the world ends at their city limits. But FYI, for your information, everybody knows I grew up on a red dirt road in rural Georgia. The vast majority of the U.S. is rural, right? So we need to address the realities of investigating a murder in a rural area. And yes, this has been deemed suspicious circumstances. It is considered a homicide. This young 23-year-old mom has been shot dead. A pregnant mom, which I'll go into later with Dr. Jory Crossan, the single most dangerous time for a woman.
If your booty looks like this, if your belly looks like this, and your arm
is during pregnancy, murder, homicide being the #1 cause of death amongst pregnant women. But hold on, Dr. Jory, before I get into the whole psychology of pregnant women ending up dead, I want to get these facts down. Back to Jennifer Barrasso joining us, KDKA TV. As a matter of fact, isn't it true that the population of Sparta Township, Pennsylvania, Amish country, as we all call it, is a little over 18,000 people for the whole area? My research showed 18,000, but I just heard 2,000, which is even more on the point I was making of a low population. Jennifer, what's the answer?
You're correct. It is about 2,000 in terms of population. And once again, one of the biggest challenges, the lack of people, not only in the lack of technology. You know, my sources telling me the remote location, obviously a big challenge, but once again, lack of people in the area, lack of technology, and that is something law enforcement, they have to deal with.
Joining us right now, in addition to Jennifer Barrasso, KDKA, and Jory Crossan, who I've already introduced to you, Dr. Jory, psychologist, former law enforcement, now faculty at St. Leo University. And by the way, you can find him at drjory, JOREY.com. I want to go now to Jarrett Ferrantino, homicide prosecutor in this jurisdiction of Pennsylvania at JarrettFerrantino.com. He's also the host of True Crime Boss podcast, wildly popular, I might add. Jarrett Ferrantino, down to the brass tacks, okay? When I'm in court prosecuting a homicide case, very often, except for their probative value, what they prove to me, I try to remove myself and my emotions from the case so I can move forward. Jarrett Ferrantino, this is very...
Y'all have to say, oh, Jarrett Ferrantino's eyes are freaking me out. He's staring into that camera like, I mean, y'all, look at her. God. But the whole time she's talking to him, he's like in that camera like the boss man. You know what I mean? Like mafia coming for you. He's serious, y'all. Listen, I couldn't be around this guy right here because I'd be laughing the whole time. He'd probably put a hit out on me.
Difficult. A young mom, just 23 years old, pregnant. I'm not sure how pregnant she is. I think I know, but I don't definitely know. Who is gunned down in her own home with her 2-year-old. And guys, we're showing you a shot of the home. Notice, as we did when I was growing up, we didn't have a washer and dryer. You see the clothes hung out. They don't have a washer and dryer for other reasons, because they live a, quote, humble life, trying to walk in the footsteps of Christ's model. You see them there walking because they're not driving cars. In this shot, I guarantee you the car you see going by is a tourist. That is their mode of transportation, using a horse and wheels, which the good Lord gave them. So the fact that this young mom has been shot multiple times in her home with her 2- and 3-year-old child in the home, those are the facts we have so far, is unheard of. Jarrett Fiorentino, how do you remove yourself from the emotion of prosecuting a case, investigating a case where a young mom is slaughtered, a pregnant young mom?
Nancy, it's damn near impossible to do that. You take those emotions and you let them motivate you in the investigation and the hard work you have to do, as you well know, in prosecuting these cases. You have a young 23-year-old mother. You have 2 children left without a mother and a little baby inside of her that will never have a chance at life. This is a tragedy all the way around and extremely difficult to prosecute, but that's the work of a prosecutor, as you well know. You have to put your emotions aside, consider the evidence, and move forward.
I know this. It took us a long time to just get the name Rebecca Byler. And then we believe that she was 6 months pregnant, the baby viable. We know, or we think we know right now, that she was shot dead in the living room of her own home. Jarrett Fiorentino, we've heard nothing about a forced entry, no sex attack, and no robbery. What do you make of that?
Well, those things, as you know, are very telling. I've said before when I've been with you, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. You have certain things that didn't happen here. 2 children that survived. You have no forced entry. It would suggest to investigators it's someone with familiarity of the property and someone who felt the need not to harm those other 2 children. Those are certain things that will jump out at investigators. And I know we were talking about how rural this is. Nancy, there's rural and then there's Amish country. This is a throwback to a pre-technology time, which presents so many unique challenges to investigators and prosecutors in assessing what happened here.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Jarrett Fiorentino. Could you explain what you meant by that? A throwback to a time without technology.
Sure. I mean, the Amish beliefs are an Anabaptist belief where technology is viewed by Amish people as almost like an interference in their community and just a way to ostracize themselves from one another and Christ, quite honestly. So any type of technology that usually assists investigators, like a cell phone, would not be present in Amish country. It would be an outlier to have a cell phone in Amish country unless it was related to the work one of the members of the community was engaged in. So as we said, you don't have cars passing by. You also don't have this unique tool of a cell phone, typically in Amish country, to assist in an investigation like this.
I'm telling you guys, if you want to try these jeans, definitely size down. So for size reference, I'm 5'4", about 125 pounds.
You know, I'm just thinking about another aspect of this, and I want to go back to Jennifer Barrasso, who is actually joining us in the Pennsylvania jurisdiction. She's with KDKA TV. As you can see, she's outside, out in the field, joining us. Jennifer, thank you. I know it's cold, and I really appreciate you being with us. Jennifer, it's bad enough in my mind that a 23-year-old is basically a girl. She's 23. Yet this girl is a grown woman with 2 children, a husband, a home, and about to give birth to her 3rd child. Even if she didn't have the 2 children and the baby on the way, claiming somebody's life, murdering them at 23. I mean, I remember my fiance was about this age when he was murdered just before a wedding. And just the taking of a life before you can even.
Nancy, we know. We're going to need you to quit using that, okay? Those and them twins of yours, Nance, you're getting better. You're getting better. But we know about your fiance, and I'm not minimalizing it. It was tragic, Nance. But love bug, listen, Nancy, you are a beautiful, happily married woman with what we know. Believe me, we know about your children. I know more about your children, Nancy, than I know of my own. That's the truth, because you speak of the twins more than I speak of my 5. Listen, do you, Nancy? But I'm just letting you know that we already all know. We know.
You can really start your life. A young girl, I mean, the community has got to be devastated, because I am, and I've never known Rebecca except in death. Tell me about how this has affected them, and are they willing to come forward with information? Because I'm not sure. Anybody on the panel help me out, because I don't know. Aren't Amish, aren't they against judging anyone, making a judgment on another person? I mean, would they be willing to break ranks and come forward if they knew anything?
And Nancy, I just looked this one up before we started the show, and yes, they typically don't report crimes before they happen, or obviously before they happen, but they typically don't report crimes proactively, right in the moment, but they do cooperate.
Y'all, I'm sitting here trying to eat this damn pizza, and I don't even like pizza. I'm just going to mess up my stomach. I have no antacids left. Listen, Nancy, my boo thing, girlfriend, homeboy actually just said, the Amish people don't normally report crimes before the crimes. Oh, wait, no, you can't report the crime. That happened just now. You guys, you heard it. It really just happened. This person that's got all them accolades. You shut up, Kelly. Who the hell you think you are, Kelly? You don't tell me to shut up. Okay, Kelly, have you lost your fucking mind? Do you? Let me clear my throat so I don't choke when I'm cussing you. Hold on. Pizza with sugar-free Kool-Aid. This is good. Kelly, let me explain something to you, a love bug. Okay. Up there in the corner, it says, according to Leanie. It didn't say according to Kelly, you dumb bitch. Okay. So let me explain something to you. I will talk as much as I want to. And if you don't like it, you can leave. How about that, princess? Okay. Go start your own channel, put your own name on it, and then do it your way. But over here, we do it my way. It may not always be the right way. It may not always be the fun way. It may not always be the tactical way, but I guarantee you we're doing it my way. Okay. So, oh, Mike, nobody's losing it really bad, buddy. You don't even know what this is about. Honey, you have no idea how calm that was. You have no idea. None. Zero. Let's get back to the dumbass on the thing here.
With law enforcement once a crime has happened, because they tend to try to insulate themselves from the outside. And so I'm hopeful that they will be cooperating much more than they would before this happened. In other words, if there was a domestic violence issue.
Guys, this is Robin Dreek speaking, behavior expert, former FBI special agent. That's the part I like. And listen to this. Chief of the FBI Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program. Repeat. Chief of the FBI Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program. I feel like I should just go home right now after saying that. Author of Sizing People Up, a veteran FBI agent's manual for behavior prediction. Robin Dreek joining us. Robin.
When my Bosch fridge keeps my food fresh longer with VitaFresh, I feel like Guy.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one.
What further light can you shed on this? Because right now, police are begging for help. And I'm about to give you the one clue. Actually, let me give you the clue right now. Take a listen to our friend at crimeonline.com, Dave Mack.
Sparta Township, Pennsylvania has a population of less than 2,000 people. This area, about 35 miles southeast of Erie, is Amish country. And in Amish country, horse and buggies are the preferred mode of transportation. So when a red Jeep is parked in the driveway at Andy and Rebecca Byler's home, family and friends take notice. It's around 10 a.m. on Monday. Some members of the community report seeing the red Jeep driving up and down their road earlier that morning.
Okay, Robin Dreek, I want to get back to you on the one clue that we've got so far. A red Jeep driving up and down their road earlier that morning. We think that she was killed before lunchtime and after the husband went to work. So that could be crucial. On the other hand, Robin Dreek, people tour. They go visit, as I did when I was living with my sister in Philly. They go tour Amish country. So what does the red Jeep really tell me? And does that mean riding up and down the road like we saw that car earlier, which is probably a tourist car, or up and down their driveway? Let's just start with the red Jeep, Robin.
Yeah, well, it's an outlier, and that's what we're looking for in cases like this. This community is a community of massively established baseline normal behavior. So I agree with Jared wholeheartedly, spoke earlier that we don't have a lot to go on, but what we do have to go on is a profile. The likelihood of her knowing her murderer is really, really high when you're looking at stats. And when you have outliers of behavior like this red Jeep, you're immediately going to zero in on it. The challenge, as has been highlighted, is the distance between people. But at the same time, though, if you're looking at the fact that she most likely knew her murderer, if we're looking at stats, and it's a really, really small, tight community, even though they're spread out, the likelihood of other people in that community knowing or at least being able to provide leads is really high. And then when you can kind of triangulate a red Jeep on that, I'm the glass half full kind of guy in the sense of, hey, we just got to work the problem. And I think they hopefully will have enough, just because this person, whoever it was, felt very, very safe in committing this crime in broad daylight in a home with two other children.
Another issue, Jennifer Barrasso, KDKA, is while we're getting conflicting reports, we're also getting a report that the red Jeep was actually in their driveway. What do you know?
So police are not saying much about that red Jeep, but they do tell me, sources, that they have people of interest, but no suspects. They've checked out the husband. They tell me that they're fairly confident his alibi checked out. One thing I wanted to point out, Nancy, is that my source is telling me that they've had some burglaries of Amish residents in that area, not specifically saying on that dirt road, but that's one thing they pointed out to me right now. Who was in that red Jeep? They're not really elaborating much more than that.
Guys, for those of you just joining us, a beautiful young 23-year-old woman, practically a girl, 6 months pregnant with two children, two tots, ages 2 and 3, we believe, in the home at the time mommy is murdered. Dr. Jory's going to have to figure out for me what effect this is going to have on them. But to Dr. Michelle Dupree joining me, renowned forensic pathologist, medical examiner, former detective with Lexington County Sheriff's Department, author of Money, Mischief, and Murder, the Murdaugh Saga. In fact, she shot two of the...
Okay, before we jump into the medical examiner, which, you know what, is my favorite part of any crime, is the medical examiner, because I have a twisted, morbid mind and I love it so much. But let me tell you something. Did he actually say, or she actually just said that in that community they had reported quite a bit of theft in that community? What the hell are you gonna steal from the Amish? A wooden chair? It's not like they got bitten glass sitting out all over the place, people. What the hell are you going to steal from the Amish? Their bucket of apples? Stop it. Stop it right now.
Forefront of the national consciousness when Alex Murdaugh was prosecuted in her jurisdiction of South Carolina. But what interests me the most about Dr. Dupree is she is the author, literally wrote the book, Homicide Investigation Field Guide, which I have.
Let me stop it right there just a second, because I want to say this. You're right, a lot of cash. But the way I understand the Amish to work in most communities is the cash is pooled. So say my husband went out there and worked that farm from daylight till sun, and I'm in there cooking 3 meals a day, which you guys know is never going to happen right here in this house. Never, never, never. Listen, if it comes to, listen, I keep this house tip top shape. Okay. But the cooking part, I can't be your girl. You're going to have to get on Amish Tinder to get a good meal. Everything else as a wife, I got that part covered. But listen, I just think cooking 1 meal a day is so boring. I hate it so much. I think you get just as full on a bologna sandwich as you would on my fried chicken. I'm just saying. But anyhow, back to this. Cash in abundance. They work as a community. So if my husband gets sick and we didn't bring in as much money, the money's all pooled within the community. So yeah, they've got a couple hundred in their pocket, which is big money to some people. But what I'm saying is the money is kept, like the bishop keeps the money. The elder keeps the cash. That's right, Billy. And the elder of the church is the bishop. So he's got that's where all their money goes. And they get a couple hundred to last for however long. They don't have any kind of insurance. So they have to pay hospital bills too. That comes out of the community fund, you guys. So every expense that the Amish home has, the community as a whole helps pay for it. Now, do they have less bills than the rest of us? Yes, because they don't. Some of the older Amish don't have electricity. They don't, I don't know. They burn in their own trash. I've never even seen a trash can in the Amish communities I've been to. But anyways, obviously they have no cell phone bills, things like that, except for the ones on Tinder. But you know what I mean? So the community is responsible for everybody in that community, and they all pay their own, one household bill belongs to the whole community. So that's how that works out. In fact, a family by themselves, they do these barn raisings, or when someone gets married, so what they normally do is you don't get to, in most communities, if you get engaged, right, you don't get to just say, oh, I think I'll just have me a June wedding, June the 2nd. That sounds good right there. Let's do June the 2nd. And I want this color and these flowers and this minister and this music. And no. They have community weddings. So I think it's twice a year. They have community weddings where all the brides, all the grooms show up. They get married together as in the church or in a barn. They get married all the same day. They eat together, they feast together, and then it's the whole wedding night thing is a whole different thing I could talk about here, because it's really, really sad. They're not getting their grooves on, you guys. I'm just letting you know right now. They are not getting their grooves on their wedding night, you guys. They are going to stay the night. The new groom and the new bride, oh, God help us, you guys. They're going to stay the night with the in-laws. And then after the first night with the in-laws, then they have to go to another person's house and say, this happens for a whole freaking week. I mean, they're having to slip into a broom closet somewhere to get a little fun for their honeymoon, because the honeymoon exists of every night going to a different relative's house And then finally they get to settle down. But what happens is, even when they're building houses, the community comes together and they build them a house, and it doesn't cost them anything. It comes out of the communal money. So there's a lot of downside, like not being able to get your groove on in the Drury Inn over there on your wedding night, or Kirk's and Caicos or whatever you're going to. There's that, but then you're getting a free house. So, I mean, put it on the scales, people. I mean, what's real life problems here? I mean, if you've lasted 16 years and you never done anything, I think giving up a week for a house, except for if you're 16 to 18 years old. And yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. All right, let's keep going.
Relied on many times, Dr. Dupree. Dr. Michelle, question to you. Do you remember when Alex Murdaugh arranged his own shooting? I mean, he's just a pain in my rear end even now, on a rural road by his drug dealing buddy and relative. And there was no surveillance cameras around. And you and I were on air analyzing one day, and we came up with the theory that
Endless Shrimp is back because you've been asking a lot, and we made it happen.
the cameras at the far end of that rural road that intersected with a bigger highway should be checked. And in fact, there was an old Baptist church there with cameras that showed Murdaugh and any other cars going onto that rural road. Now, while I know none of the Amish homes themselves have Ring cameras, I really believe that step number one, outside the processing of the crime scene in the home, should be going to those locations where people would turn off to go to Amish country and review all the video, see if they can find the red Jeep turning in, because nobody in that neighborhood owns a red Jeep. I can promise you that. And catch it turning in from all points, all angles going to that location. It may be 1, 2, 5, 10 miles away, but they had to get there somehow.
That's exactly right, Nancy, and that's an excellent idea. If we had cameras at either end of that road that might pick up a red Jeep and we could get the license plate number, that would be an excellent investigative tool. Absolutely.
Dr. Dupree, have you ever performed an autopsy on a pregnant lady?
I have, Nancy. There was a motor vehicle accident, and we were actually able to extract the baby, and the baby did live, but the mother did not.
Y'all, oh, could you imagine? The baby lived and the mom didn't. Oh, that's got me in my feelings. Billy's headed for shrimp. Marina's going for some ice cream, and I'm having a hot flash, just letting you guys know that. But that is, oh, do you have to perform an autopsy and take the baby and the baby to live? Oh.
You know, Dr. Dupree, an ironclad rule, cross-examination or direct, is to never ask the question you don't know the answer. I just did that. I thought that's what you were going to say with all of your thousands of cases you've worked. Tell me about the death of Rebecca. She endured, we believe, multiple gunshot wounds in her own home, in her living room, and her unborn child died as well.
Nancy, I can't fathom this. I am sure that she was scared to death, not just for her life, but for the life of her unborn child. I don't know where on the body she was shot, but I'm sure that it was terrifying and painful as well. And again, just thinking of her dying and her child dying must have been horrifying.
How long would it have taken her to bleed out, either externally or internally?
Of course, all that depends on how many times she was shot and where she was shot, but it could be as little as a few minutes to even longer, just again, depending on where she was shot.
And regarding the baby, how long would the baby live after mommy was shot?
Well, it would not be very long. She would have to have received almost immediate medical care and to have the baby probably removed by cesarean section, providing that none of the child or the placenta or anything was actually injured. So it would have been minutes, really.
You know, I can remember Dr. Dupree, when I had an emergency delivery, I was to a point where I couldn't breathe very well at.
Y'all know I'm coming in. I'm coming in. Oh, Nancy, listen to my boo thing, you guys. I love me some Nancy, but I have to make fun of her every time I have to hear about her twins. She had emergency cesarean, y'all. She couldn't breathe. Listen. Listen, I know her whole birth story. Okay. I know the whole thing.
All, and they were just trying to get the twins out quickly, you know, to make sure that they survived. I'm just imagining all this family is going through now. The community is rallying around this family. The local residents are raising money, food, anything to try to help the family. Guys, I want to go now to Dr. Jory Crossan, who I've mentioned several times to make sense of what we know. But first, Dr. Jory, I want you to hear more facts from Sydney Sumner from Crime Stories.
It's just afternoon when Andy Byler and a friend arrive at the Byler home. He shares the home with his pregnant wife, Rebecca, and their 2 children. At around 12:15 p.m., Byler walks into his living room, finding his wife dead on the floor. After checking on his wife, Byler starts looking for his children, and the friend calls police. The children are in the home, unharmed.
The children in the home, unharmed. To Dr. Jory Crossan, what effect will this have on them? Because so often we hear misinformed individuals say, oh, they won't remember. They will remember one way or the other, Dr. Jory.
Yeah. Let me start off with, you're born with just 2 fears, the fear of falling and loud noises. The gunshots are going to be recorded in the memory, even of a 2-year-old. Okay. That fear factor is initiated with that loud sound, that explosion. So they're going to remember this. It may start to be buried, of course, as they develop. The other factor you have to consider is the loss of their mother. They're in the stages now where they bond and attach, and that's where their self-confidence, their self-esteem, their identity, all of that is built on that attachment to the paternal figures, both mother and father.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly lethal weapon with him to my son's 1st grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary.
Very often to you, Jarrett Fiorentino, we immediately look to the husband. But I'd like to hearken back to a case that I investigated and covered, the case of Pastor Davy Blackburn, who left one morning to go to the gym to work out really early in the morning. He came home to find his pregnant wife shot dead in the foyer, the entrance hall to their home, his wife, Amanda. And everyone immediately assumed he was somehow involved. He wasn't. As a matter of fact, the perps were part of a burglary robbery crew that had been canvassing the neighborhood and came in the home when Amanda was there with her child and shot her dead for no reason. They could have just left, but they didn't. They killed her. So I think everyone should proceed with caution before the finger is pointed at the husband. Weigh in, Jarrett.
I agree, Nancy. All options have to be on the table. We cannot come at these kinds of cases with a prosecutorial bias. It will inhibit the investigation. It will cause investigators to look away from what could be relevant and important evidence. So as you said, there have been many cases where it has been the husband, but at the same time, there are those other cases where a third party was introduced or it was a burglary gone bad. All options right now appear to be on the table. And that red Jeep really throws the possibility that there was someone from outside this community entering into that Amish community. And that's exactly how investigators have to look at it.
A family left struggling to understand what has happened to a beloved wife, a young woman, just 23, and a mother to 2. To Jennifer Barrasso joining us, I understand that the time of death has been now estimated to be between 8:30 a.m. and 12:15. I'm assuming they're getting the 12:15 because that's the time the husband came home with a friend. I don't know if 8:30 is the time he left or if they're somehow determining that time from the state of her body.
So we were trying to ask police more about that. They are staying tight-lipped. Just what I was told that, like other Amish families, this mother would get up and she would do the laundry, make breakfast. The house was very clean, and when the husband actually left for work, and what he did that morning, what brought him home around 12. Police just aren't saying. I know that they have interviewed the husband, and basically sources telling me that his alibi at this checks out. They have people of interest, but no suspects in this case right now. But really trying to get those details about what made him come home. We're still waiting to hear from police on that.
Oh, okay. So that's making me wonder, did he not normally come home for lunch? So when you say they're trying to figure out what made him come home, now I want to know why he came home. Robin Dreek joining me, behavioral expert, formerly chief of FBI Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program, now author. Robin, again, thank you for being with us. Very often you'll hear a lot of pushback. Wow, you're looking at the husband. Yeah, I always look at the husband, the boyfriend, the lover, the ex, because statistically, they did it. Bam. There you go. Those are the statistics. I didn't make them up. They are gathered from thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of examples. That's why statistically you look at the husband. That does not mean the husband did it. And in fact, in this case, he seems to have an alibi.
Yeah, and that's why they call it profiling, because you create an ideal resume of someone that would typically commit this type of crime based on research and data that you can then take and create an overlay, so that when you have all these leads coming in, hopefully there's lots of leads coming in, you can start creating a filter based on that ideal resume or profile. And again, this community is a community of pattern. They've done the same thing for a couple hundred years. And so hopefully the people are going to notice a deviation from that pattern, both with individuals, vehicles, obviously, whether I really hope that there is cameras at the ends of the road, you know, when they enter the main highway. Maybe the individual, if they were from outside, again, you got to go where the leads and the evidence takes you without that presumption.
Well, here's another thing. We know that Amish are pacifists. That's very well documented. We know that from every single war that the U.S. has been involved in. But weapons are not forbidden. Guns are not forbidden amongst the Amish. Are you surprised? I was.
I really wouldn't consider, but when you kind of do that overlay of self-reliance and resilience and a more rural kind of life, hunting would be appropriate, and so you would have a firearm for hunting. But violence against others, that is abhorrent to them, that is against all things. And so it's just, boy, this is a real curious one, just because there's a lot of small data points that are kind of standing out from that. Firearms is a huge one that's standing out because of the type of community, but the red truck is also standing out. Again, I'm really looking forward to see what law enforcement says next when they finally do let some information out there, because I think it's going to have a lot of details in it that will hopefully be helpful.
Well, the Amish are so dedicated to pacifism, they don't even celebrate holidays that laud, honor, or glorify the military or any military victory. They don't even do that. But guns apparently do not fit into their definition of technology. I'm not sure exactly why, but I do know now, because of this case, that guns are allowed in Amish communities. At first, I thought, wait a minute, a gun, that means nobody in their neighborhood or community did it. That's not entirely true. However, just as you said, Robin Dreek, the red Jeep is the fly in that ointment, because the perp may have not only had, well, we know the perp had a gun, and yes, it is a he, count on it. But they may have been driving a red Jeep. What more do we know? Take a listen to what we know about the autopsy. This is Sydney Sumner, Crime Online.
Investigators aren't releasing information from Byler's autopsy, but they do say the findings help determine when Rebecca Byler was killed, and that has investigators asking for the community's help. They're looking for information on Byler's movements from 8:30 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. on Monday, as that was when Byler and the two children were at the home alone.
So unfortunately, substance abuse cases, alcohol being the primary substance, are...
And more from Rachel Bonilla, Crime Stories.
Police cars lined Fish Flats Road outside the Byler home. Rebecca Byler's death has been ruled a homicide. Authorities have not yet revealed how Byler was killed, but according to CBS News, Byler was shot multiple times. Police say the crime does not look like a robbery, as there's no evidence that anything was taken from the home. For now, there are no suspects or a motive.
The fact that nothing was taken from the home, Jarrett Ferrantino, I find probative. It proves something to me that robbery was not the motive. However, In the case of Pastor Davy Blackburn, his wife Amanda was killed. As I recall, nothing was taken from that home either. The perps had intended to burglarize it, but I don't recall if anything was actually taken. So the fact that we can't find anything taken does not mean the motivation was not robbery.
I agree, Nancy. This is something where Rebecca could have happened upon someone that entered the home, the killing occurred, and that person fled the scene, although it was ultimately their intention to commit the robbery when they entered the property. So that is an option that has to certainly be considered.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. Dr. Jory Krausen, you're the shrink. Think about it. She was shot dead, from what we know, fully clothed, in the living room, which means to me, did she hear somebody coming in the front door when they weren't supposed to be? Like, I know what time my children are going to walk through the door, what time my husband's going to walk through the door, what time my mom is going to come out of her room. I know that. And when I hear it, I know what it is. Did she hear the front door open and went, whoa, who's that? And went to go explore because she was gunned down right there in the living room.
Looking at the suspect, whoever it may be, with the behavior pattern, he may have come into, like, rob or burglarize, got startled, shot her, saw the two children, and then just abandoned that plan. Like, I got to get out of here now. So now the survival mode kicks in, and he takes nothing. He wants to get away. He wants to get out of there. That's a scenario.
I'm just trying to figure out what police, as if they need our help, but what should police be doing right now? What about it, Robin Drake?
I'm looking at everyone from past relationships. I used to watch a show, Breaking Amish. And when you look at the average age of the population of this small Amish community, it's in the 40s, which means that the younger people are leaving in droves, not droves necessarily, but it's a decreasing population when we looked at this particular area, which means that there could have been someone in this woman's background that has left the community and maybe come back. Again, it's a hypothesis, and we're going to go where the data and the leads follow us and the evidence follows. But when I see a red Jeep, it can be anything. Like you said, a burglary gone bad, but man, it's in the middle of nowhere. They kind of knew when to go to the house, when the husband's going to be away, and nothing was taken. I mean, like you said, when you look at all the statistics and you create that overlay in that profile, it's kind of leading you down the path that most likely, the high probability that she knew who murdered her. So I'm looking at and interviewing everyone that in that community that knows each other really, really well, and who from the past should we have a conversation with, especially if they might not be part of the community anymore.
We are learning at this moment a suspect has emerged. Jackie Howard, what do you know?
Nancy, we just learned from the search warrant filings for the Byler home that Rebecca Byler appeared to have suffered cutting wounds to her neck and head. Now, this is obviously physically different from the reports of the gunshots that we had before, but the neck and head are areas of the body that bleed the most. So it's easy to see why that was the initial conclusion from witnesses at the scene. Trooper Adam Black, who filed the search warrants, wrote the victim's husband, Andy Byler, found the body a short distance inside the home. A woman previously described by police as a family friend called 911. Police say so far the investigation and autopsy have given investigators an idea of what the murder weapon may have been, but it is not in police custody. The warrants are for knives, blades, cutting instruments, and other items. Again, police have not said how Rebecca Byler was killed. So far, there are no suspects, and police are asking for the public to report any tips or suspicious people, vehicles, or activity in the area of Fish Flats Road. Pennsylvania Crime Stoppers say there's a $2,000 reward for information.
If you know or think you know anything about the brutal murder of Rebecca Byler and her unborn child, please call 814-663-2043. Repeat, 814-663-2043. There is a GoFundMe.
All right, since this case is old, we don't need to listen to that. Don't call the number. It's already been solved. And I'm going to tell you how it was solved. Just to recap really quick, let me do this. Thank you everybody for being in here. I appreciate you so much. All right, let me recap what we just watched, okay? And then we're going to get to the middle and the end of this and exactly what happened. It's just afternoon on March the 1st, 2024. Andy Byler and a friend arrived at the Byler home. He shared the home with his pregnant wife, Rebecca, and their two children. Around 2:15 p.m., Byler walks into his living room, finding his wife dead on the floor. After checking on his wife, Byler starts looking for his children, and a friend calls the police. The children are in the home and unharmed. Police cars line the Fish Flats Road outside the Byler home. Rebecca Byler's death has been ruled a homicide. Authorities have not yet revealed how Byler was killed. Police say the crime does not look like a robbery, as there is no evidence that anything was taken from the home. All right, so now that we've heard from my boo thing, Nancy, y'all, let's pull this up and find out exactly who this is and what happened. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate you so much. All right, let's hear from her husband, shall we? Shall we hear from her husband? Let's do that. Watch your ears, guys. This is only 4 minutes, 24 seconds. So let's listen to him. You guys, my source is called Amish America. And we heard at the end there the name of the suspect that they had in custody. His name is Sean C. Cranston. Let's find out exactly who Sean C. Cranston is by Rebecca's husband. He got a haircut, y'all.
In the story of Rebecca Byler, the 23-year-old
Oh, that wasn't
Amish
him.
mother who was murdered in Northwest Pennsylvania about 2.5 weeks ago. The suspect in the case, Sean C. Cranston.
Did you expect that? He don't look Amish. Homeboy's driving a Jeep, y'all. He's driving a Jeep. Why the hell would he go in there just to kill? I don't know. I don't know. I just pulled up stuff. I didn't read through it, did nothing. Because I like to have my reaction with you guys. But so she's not sexually assaulted. She is not, he didn't steal anything from the home. He's a 52-year-old man. He's almost he is twice her age, could be her daddy. And he's from Pennsylvania. What was the motive? What happened here? Why did he kill this 6-month pregnant mama? And her babies were in that house too, y'all.
Cranston had a preliminary hearing on March 15th, this past Friday. Just some notes from the hearing. Apparently, at least 10 witnesses testified. I think some of those were members of the Amish community. Apparently, Cranston was a driver for the Amish, according to at least one member of the Amish community, who testified that she knew Cranston as a driver, and earlier this year he had showed up at her house unannounced. Another member of the Amish community said that Cranston was wearing all black and carried a pistol on his hip. So this was someone who had some connection with the Amish. Rebecca Byler's husband, 24-year-old Andy Byler, testified, and apparently his 2 young children, which are toddler age, were the ones who basically told him or informed him of what happened. He said that he saw his wife on the floor. He said, "I walked in and saw her cap," which is the prayer covering that Amish women wear, laying inside the door. He had been out looking at roofing jobs. Rebecca at the time had been doing laundry when he left that morning with a neighbor and a driver. The driver, his name is Julie Warner, called 911 while Byler waited in a truck for the police. Warner tried to calm him down and went into the house to collect the children who were playing with toys in the dining room. So you don't even want to think about what those children might have seen. Warner said she told a 911 dispatcher she felt she could not check Rebecca Byler's pulse, but that she could tell her body was cold. This is from ABC 6 News, this report. Andy Byler testified that he did not know Sean Cranston, however, even though members of the Amish community have said that Cranston was apparently a driver. And again, Amish people hire non-Amish to drive them places, like to drive them to work or to on grocery trips or even long trips out of state to visit family. That's quite common in most Amish communities. Other details that were confirmed, Rebecca Byler was shot in the head and also suffered wounds to her neck, apparently from a knife. So those reports that she was shot that came early on seem to be accurate. Cranston's defense attorney apparently tried to argue that the charges should be dismissed based on the idea that the prosecutors did not identify a motive or show a murder weapon. That request was dismissed by Judge Amy Nichols, who ruled that there was enough evidence for the case to go to Crawford County Common Pleas Court for trial proceedings. In addition to 2 counts of homicide for killing Rebecca Byler and her unborn child, Cranston also faces charges of burglary and trespassing. So basically, there's not a lot more details about motive here. Why was he there? I know a lot of people are wondering about that. The foster daughter of Cranston was interviewed in a report not too long after Cranston was arrested, saying something about how Cranston was trying to get his grandson back. Apparently, his grandson had been adopted years earlier by a different Amish couple. And there's speculation that this was a case of mistaken identity. I don't know what the thinking is or what the idea is when a child has been adopted, that someone thinks that they're going to get them back. We're not going to go too far down that road. Members of the Amish community came out to this hearing. Cranston apparently said nothing during the proceedings. They did find guns, ammunition, knife parts, and other items at the murder scene. So as far as an update here, we do have a few more details about the crime, about what happened. Apparently he was to some degree known within the Amish community, did some work for them as a driver. And we know that the case is going to continue moving forward. The request to dismiss charges was rejected by the judge. So not a whole lot more than that. I'm not seeing any further dates for the next court appearance. If I find that, I'll add that as an update in the description. Just wanted to give you an update. People have been asking about what's been going on. So I'll try to give you another one when more substantial information comes in. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I need women to know that.
Okay, and there is that, you guys. We are going to, hold on, let me figure out where I'm at here. Oh, where am I at? Oh, right here. Okay. Sorry, I still had that playing in my ear, and that gets kind of crazy listening to myself and then listening to something in the background, but I try to hurry up and get it off. So anyways, all right. So I found a couple things on this, but not a whole lot. Obviously, it's not like it's going to hit national news, you guys. It's just not. And so that's what's going on here. Thank you guys so much for being here and tuning in. I did find this site, though, and I think it's the same guy who we just watched, because this it's called By Amish America. And he's got, and these are just broken down into between 3-minute little shorts to 5-minute shorts, or this one is 11 minutes. What about the sentencing? Okay, so there's 9 different things that he has on here that they are different updates that he put on here. And so we're going to listen to those one by one. It's going to go through like when she's found dead, all the way up until his punishment. Okay. So like I said, they're in 9 different segments. They're all between 3 to 11 minutes. And we're going to listen to those. I'll commentate every now and then just because I have to, and to keep my channel. Thank you guys so much for being here, but this is the beginning to the end. Let's just listen to this. And this is all that I've been able to find on it, you guys. This is it. Oh, wait. Yes, it is the same guy. All right. So this must be his channel. So let's see. His channel is called Amish America. Let me click the bells because I'm digging him. Let's see. Okay. All right. So he must just cover quite a bit of Amish stuff. I think that's kind of really neat. I dig it. I like it. All right. So that's his channel. Let me bring it up real quick. And then, yeah, y'all go over and give him a follow and a like if you feel like it. All right. So his channel again is called Amish America. And y'all watch your ears, okay? Here we go. Oh, let me turn on some volume.
I hate to have to share this news, but a story has come out of Pennsylvania that a young Amish woman has been found dead at home, and police suspect that it was murder. The woman's name was Rebecca Byler. She was 23 years old, a mother, and also happened to be 6 months pregnant at the time. One news report by KDKA is saying that she suffered gunshot wounds. This happened in Crawford County in northwest Pennsylvania. And Crawford County is kind of remarkable because it is home to a full 7 different Amish settlements. Apparently, this happened at the largest of those, which would be near Spartansburg. This happened just 2 days ago on Monday, February 26th. Rebecca's husband came home around noon and found Rebecca deceased and then notified the police. Another thing to note here, the couple's children happened to be home at the time, but fortunately they were unharmed. Now, it sounds like there's a potential lead in this case. And this is from fox8.com. And they report that family members said a red Jeep had been seen in the victim's driveway around 10 a.m. Monday morning. That Jeep was also spotted driving up and down the road. State police are asking anyone who may have been in the area between 8 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. on Monday and who may have seen a suspicious vehicle to give them a call. The number to call there is 814-663-2043. That is to the Corey Station of the Pennsylvania State Police. So if you happen to be in that area and maybe saw something, please get in touch with them. Now, these kinds of cases, I mean, they're very unusual in the Amish community. Crimes like murder are just not commonly seen among the Amish. The most recent case that comes to mind was the 2020 disappearance and death of a young Amish girl named Linda Stoltzfus. That happened in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. That got a lot of attention at the time. Fortunately, the perpetrator in that case was eventually caught and brought to justice. Of course, we hope the same thing happens here and soon, because I'm sure that the community is really concerned. A follow-up report by Jet24, Fox 66 got some comments from non-Amish members of the community. One man named Randy Eaton said, "Bunch of good people. Everyone seems to get along with them. Everyone is just stunned. Nobody could even imagine that this kind of stuff is going on." Another woman, Charlene Hayek, who owns a pharmacy, said that we're just a very tight-knit community, and I'm absolutely heartbroken that this has happened. I'm very, very concerned about the Amish community. I'm worried for them. So a lot of understandable concern among the non-Amish people there for the Amish there. And I mean, there's concern for the entire community, because you may have someone who has killed and is still in the community there. The Amish community has been described as being in shock, as you would probably expect when something like this happens. So just wanted to get this out as a simple video because it's an active situation. Maybe there's someone in the area that might have seen something. If you did, get in touch with the authorities. And of course, prayers and wishing the best for the family and the community at what must be a very difficult time.
He was born in the middle of a war, separated from his mother at 1 year old.
All right, so the next one we already watched.
So news just broke.
So we're going to fast forward through this one about the arrest. We know about that one. Fast forward through that.
So we have an update in the story of Rebecca Byler, the 23-year-old Amish mother who was murdered in northwest Pennsylvania.
Yeah. All right, let's get through this one. Finish up, and then we'll go to the next one.
Comes in. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey guys, so we have an update in the Rebecca Byler murder case. Some court documents were unsealed over the weekend, and we've got some new details. So looking at some of the reports over what was in the documents, I'm going to go through about 5 things here that stand out. So first of all, the Byler, specifically Andy Byler, Rebecca's husband, had a man on their property about 2 weeks earlier who resembled Cranston. This is from Fox News. Andy told police he found a, quote, white bald male with a white beard on his property after dark and confronted him. And he said the person asked about buying his house. Then he left in what Byler said was possibly a red vehicle. but he wasn't sure about that because it was dark. So it's been reported previously that a red Jeep was seen in the area. Cranston's wife, I believe, owns a red Jeep. That was their, I guess, their only vehicle. So that has been a part of the evidence in this case, linking the crimes to Cranston. Now, the second thing, as we discussed in the previous video, Cranston was described as a driver for the Amish, and apparently he drove for a neighbor of the Bylers, for an Amish man who lived about a mile away. He's been described as a substitute driver. Apparently, a man named John was giving rides to some Amish people, and one day John couldn't drive. That's when John recommended his dad, who's named Sean. So sounds like the son of Sean Cranston may have been the original driver. So about this contact with the Amish, people said that Cranston apparently gave them an, quote, uneasy feeling, and that they had, quote, very odd experiences with him. For example, this is from Penn Live. One time, Sean drove a red Jeep to their home, parked in their driveway, then wandered around their property wearing black clothing from head to toe, including black sunglasses. He had a black pistol in a holster on his belt. He was walking aimlessly, the neighbors said, and his speech made no sense. He asked when and where they attended church and said he wanted to go with them. So those details there suggest erratic behavior, suggest maybe something wasn't quite right with this person, which, we may have already figured out by now, but that just adds another layer to that. So the third thing, there were three things at the crime scene described as key pieces of evidence, which matched items recovered from Cranston's home, according to these warrants. One was footprints from Nike Air Force One sneakers, which were found at the crime scene. The Byler family did not own a pair of these sneakers. They're Amish. Some Amish might wear Nike sneakers, but tends to be like younger Amish, young youth. So that's not really surprising. So another piece of evidence would be the treads of the red Jeep that the Cranstons owned allegedly matched tire marks that were left at the crime scene. And the third piece of evidence would be a box of patterned nitrile gloves taken from Cranston's house, ended up matching a piece of rubber which was left at the crime scene. And the Bylers did not own those kinds of gloves, according to the documents. Apparently, there's also evidence that Cranston may have been burning some of these items. Police collected video from a building across the street from Cranston's home, which showed the Jeep returning around 2 p.m. And from around 2 p.m. until 5:15 p.m., a man who looked like Cranston was, quote, in and out of the vehicle with items in his hands. He took items from the Jeep to a camper and then built a fire beside the camper. The camera saw smoke going into the air. So there's that possibility that he was burning items that may have been used at the crime scene. There's one more thing about a murder weapon that I'll come back to in a minute. But the fourth thing that stood out to me in this new information is that Cranston was believed to be a member of a biker gang called War Dogs, which is supposedly an outlaw club affiliated with the Hells Angels. And Cranston is described as being the local chapter's sergeant at arms, whatever that is, and has the alias Rumble. Okay, so I don't know how relevant that is to this case, but it's another association, another layer to the picture of this person. Now, finally, the fifth thing here relating to evidence, and this has to do with the murder weapon. And this isn't actually new information, but I know people are wondering about the murder weapon. Now, police seized half a dozen guns and numerous boxes of ammunition from Cranston's home. But in the court hearing from the previous Friday, prosecutors then said that they had not yet found the murder weapons. And this is a firearm and some sort of a cutting weapon. So you've got some other pieces to the picture or the puzzle here, which, there's nothing conclusive here, but give us another, I guess, layer of information. Another thing, this is another detail. It's really not a great one to think about, but there was also a description of how the 3-year-old son described what happened and seeing someone drive to the house in a vehicle and then come in and kill his mother. Now, there is one last thing related to that point, which stood out to me, and that is the fact that the 3-year-old boy later told police that the man was actually in a green truck. Okay, so that is a little bit confusing. If you're thinking about a red Jeep, you're talking about tracks left from a red Jeep that matched the Cranston's Jeep at the crime scene. Did he use two vehicles? Was the boy confused? This is a 3-year-old boy. I don't know. Again, I'm not a legal expert here in any sense of the word, but how much credence do you put on a 3-year-old's testimony in those kinds of matters? So just a final piece of information there to consider. So that's all I have right now. We'll try to get back with another update when I've got it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey guys, so not a ton has happened since you last heard from me in late March on the Rebecca Byler murder case. The last big update we had was when court documents were released back in March. But there is one piece of information to share with you. And
Let me stop it right there just for a second. Thank you guys so much for being there, being here, should I say. We are just finishing up this sad case that came out of Ohio country that I actually found when we were live doing another case, which always seems to be how I operate, I guess. But anyways, listen, I think homeboy who killed this poor Rebecca girl, the only biker gang he was in, you guys, is the one that's in his mind. I've seen his picture. Okay, just letting you know. He's not in any biker gang, you guys. Not today, and not ever. Never, 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 never. I just don't believe it. So this guy's channel, you guys, is called sorry, I got too many tabs open here. Amish America. And I guess that's all he does is talk about, he looks like to me, he actually probably came from Amish. I would like to know his story. Maybe I'll do some digging into him. But I guess this is what he does is do videos on the Amish. So you guys give him, let me like this video too. If you guys want to give him a follow and a like, if you're interested in the Amish, it's to me, I think they're very fascinating people. And this is his playlist that we're watching right now on from when this started, when this crime was committed against Rebecca, all the way down to her killer's sentencing. And it's only 9 little short videos that he put up, because obviously we don't even have a picture of her, right? I mean, they're Amish. They don't take pictures that depending on what sect they're in, there's no family pictures. There's no pictures of them out there. If you see a picture of an Amish person, they're part of a lighter sect that is broke off from a more orthodox one, I should say. So apparently these people right here were pretty older order. So there are no pictures of Rebecca or her husband or her family out here. So that's what we're looking at right now. Thank you guys so much for being here, and let's get back to this.
I know a lot of people have been wondering about when the trial is actually going to happen for Sean C. Cranston. And if you're not familiar, Sean C. Cranston of Corey, Pennsylvania, has been accused of the murder of 23-year-old Rebecca Byler, an Amish woman living in northwestern PA, and her unborn child. She was pregnant at the time. If you don't know this case, there's a playlist going to be linked at the end of this video. You can catch up on previous videos on what's happened so far. But back to the latest update. So the trial had actually been originally set for June, but the news now is that it will be moved. There's actually different reporting on when the trial is actually going to take place. One source says that the trial will be moved to the September trial term, however long the term is. But in another piece of reporting, and this is from GoErie.com, we learned that Judge Schultz on Tuesday granted the motion, ordered that the trial not occur in June, and moved it to the November term, according to court records. So it sounds like it's actually going to happen in the November term. And again, I don't know exactly how long is that term, when it starts and ends, but in any case, it sounds like the trial is going to be happening towards the end of this year, but it's going to be a little while yet. It sounds like at least half a year from now. Now, why was the trial date moved? Well, according to reporting at GoErie.com, the trial will not occur any earlier to give defendant Sean C. Cranston's lawyer, quote unquote, significant time to review and investigate the quote unquote large amounts of evidence the defense has received from the prosecution. That's according to a defense motion that Judge Francis J. Schultz granted on Tuesday. So I guess this is something that happens often enough. You often hear about trial dates being moved for reasons like this. So that's kind of the main piece of news that I'm seeing now. The other detail, and again, this is more on the legal side, according to GoErie.com, Schultz also issued an order that sets a pretrial conference for June 24th at the Crawford County Judicial Center in Meadville. And what's this for? Well, it says the prosecution and defense are at the hearing are to discuss their ability, quote, to try this case during the November 2024 term of criminal trials, end quote, according to the order. So that sounds like they're going to just confirm whether or not it's actually going to take place in that November term or not at this June 24 pretrial conference. One other thing to add on is that apparently Sean Cranston has retained a private lawyer. Okay, previously he had, I believe, a public defender that was working with him in the earlier pretrial hearing, but now he has a private lawyer, Lewis W. Emmy of Pittsburgh, who he hired on April 2nd. So in terms of new details about the case, new information, I don't have anything to report to you today because as far as I can see, nothing has really been released in the time since our last video, which was around the time of the court records release in late March and now. So again, just wanted to check back in because I know people have been wondering about what's been going on with this case. We know it's not happening in the very near future, but it sounds like it's something that's going to be happening towards the end of this year. If anything else emerges on this case, I'll be jumping in to drop a video on it. But in the meantime, it doesn't sound like we're going to be getting a lot of information. So that's one reason I wanted to just put this video out to let you know kind of where things stand and I guess what to expect based on what I'm reading in the public reports. So thanks a lot for listening. Again, the playlist is linked here at the end, so you can check out prior videos if you want to get caught up to speed if you missed anything on this case. Do me a favor, hit the like button if you found this video useful. Appreciate that. Hit subscribe to stay up to date with future videos, and check out our Patreon for bonus content. Again, appreciate you guys tuning in. Talk to you next time.
Hey friends, today I'm going to be showing you some of our highlighters, something that we love about our highlighters here.
An update on the Rebecca.
All right, give me just a second here. I want because I want to address this really quick. The puppy mill thing. Yes. So as you guys, most of you guys know, I live in Indiana, and we have a lot of Amish people around us. And y'all, listen, they're good people for the most part. I mean, I've never known one. There's bad and good in everybody. Let's just be honest about it. You know what I mean? One of the things that is hard to swallow, I think the hardest that I've heard anybody talk about to swallow with the Amish mainly is the puppy mills. And they're well known for it. They know they're well known for it. It is a problem. It is a thing. And I think most of us that I've come across, at least on my channel, we're really, really big into our animals. We're big animal lovers. And in all of our animals, it's like, the ones of us that hang out together all the time, we know the names of our animals, each other's animals, because we talk about our animals like they're just parts of our family. They're part of this community. In fact, that is why you guys have not seen our co-host, Maggie from the UK. You haven't seen her in a couple of weeks because she just had to say goodbye to the love of her life, her little Jessie, her dog. And she is in mourning right now, you guys. She's in mourning, and we've told her to take every bit of time that she needs to grieve sweet Jessie. We all grieved her. We loved Jessie. We got a lot of joy out of Jessie. We played her here on the program. It's just something we do. We share our lives with each other, and the animals, my dogs, everybody else's dogs and cats are very much a part of that. So I do want to talk about the puppy mills just for a second. My very first golden retriever. Now I've got 3 here laying across the floor. My puppy over there is spread eagle on his back, just laying there, totally asleep. Little girl and Newt are laying together on their sides. And so I've got a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-month-old. Is today the 24th? Oh, yesterday was Laramie's, my youngest puppy, 6-month birthday. Happier birthday. Anyways, when my mom passed away almost 7 years ago, you can imagine, I mean, if you've lost anybody close to you, how devastating that is. And I needed something. I needed something. And I had always had Yorkies before my golden retrievers. I had Yorkies and I had Chihuahuas because I just, love the little dog thing. And it worked out for me, except for my last Yorkie absolutely hated me. You guys, that dog, I'm not lying. I'm telling you, if I'm lying, I'm crying, and I ain't going to hell for nobody. But that dog hated me, and no animals ever hated me. I had him for about a year, almost a year and a half before I was just like, I can't take this anymore because this is the God's honest truth. I'm not, I mean, from my mouth to God's ears, you guys, it's truth. That dog used to go outside and use the bathroom. And then if I was in the kitchen or if I was home, he would come in from outside. He would jump onto the chair and then onto the table, and he would pee on the table. He never did it if I wasn't there. But if I was at home and in the kitchen, he would do it. And I couldn't understand it. If there was nothing on the table, he would do it. If there was something on the table, he would do it. Every time I couldn't figure it out. I mean, if y'all know me, I spoil my dogs rotten. I spoil my cat rotten. These are just my babies. And I treated that baby just like that. But I was like, the hell is wrong with you? I mean, that dog hated me, y'all. Well, thankfully, I had a friend who worked for me, and she had a Yorkie. And I was always going into work every damn day talking about the damn dog and how it would just jump on there and pee at me and just stare at me. Took it to the vet. I'm like, something's wrong with the dog. Give it some kind of medicine. Do something. Like, what is happening? I need medicine. The dog needs medicine. We both need to be on medicine. We hate each other now. And the vet would tell me over and over again, it had to do with me. I didn't have any other animal besides my cat. And my cat wasn't the type of cat that loved to be loved on. So it wasn't jealous of the cat. There was just something. I don't know what it was. I think it was possessed. I don't know. But it hated me from word go. And the vet said that it had something to do with me, and he didn't know what, because the dog never did that to anybody else that lived in the house. Never peed on the table when I wasn't there. I don't know what it was. So my friend who had a Yorkie, she said, let me bring him home, and his name was Finnegan. And she said, let me bring Finnegan home and just see how he acts with me and my York. Y'all, she ended up falling in love with Finnegan, and she kept Finnegan. And I was happy and she was happy. And I got pictures all the way up until Finnegan finally passed away. Never had a problem. Finnegan never jumped on her table, was never hateful to her. She was never, they had just the happiest life. So I went for about almost a year without a dog. I couldn't understand it. I'd never had animals my whole life, never had an animal react to me that way. And so when my mom passed away, I knew that I needed something. I didn't have babies anymore. I just needed something that I needed to focus on. And my husband asked me what kind of dog do I want a Chihuahua or do I want a Yorkie? I said, I want a golden retriever. And so I looked up golden retrievers. I couldn't believe how much they cost. I could not believe it. I was like, people really pay this much money for dogs? I mean, come on. And then I ended up, of course, falling into the Amish community. Puppy mills. I didn't know nothing about a puppy mill, you guys. I just didn't know about stuff. The dogs that I got were just from friends who bred them. You know what I mean? It wasn't a big deal. But this became a big deal, finding the perfect dog, especially after coming out of that with Finnegan. Like, never want a dog to hate me again. And, I just needed a friend. And they were selling their dogs for $600. And then I had done a lot of reading, and a lot of my friends were like, do not buy a dog from an Amish person because their puppy mills. They just keep having these babies and all this. But I was like, you know what though? If I don't buy a dog, then somebody else is going to buy a dog. So me buying a dog is not going to keep them from breeding these dogs, right? So maybe I can save one of these dogs from another puppy mill. So I ended up finding this dog, and I didn't even look at the litter. I just told him, please just pick out the lightest one that you have. And so he did. I went over there. It took me about 2.5, 3 hours to drive out there. And it was Cheyenne. And Cheyenne was in a little kennel outside in their outdoor kitchen. And I saw the parents walking around that looked just like Cheyenne when she got older. They were deep, dark reds. And I knew the parents were deep, dark reds. That's why I asked for the light. Not that I didn't want a deep, dark red. I just wanted, like, I thought a golden should be golden. Anyways, so I went in there. I felt so bad for Cheyenne. I didn't see any of the other puppies. The mom and the dad were just walking around the farm, doing whatever it is mom and dad do. And I asked where the other puppies were, and they're like, oh, we keep them in the barn. And we just brought this one in here, because this is the one you wanted. And I was like, okay. So do you know Cheyenne was the best dog? Honestly, now I may be just saying that because that's who got me through my mom passing away. But Cheyenne and she was my first big dog, and she was the most special thing in the world to me. You guys, Cheyenne was my everything, Cheyenne. And she became a service dog. She went to work with me every day. And I worked in the healthcare field with the elderly, and she would go to work with me 3 times. Actually, it was 3 times a week, and 2 days a week she would get off. But y'all, she loved going to work. She hated it when I would tell her no, but I think it's just because she wanted to be around me all the time. And she was the most special animal ever. And I don't regret getting her from a puppy mill. Now, so of course, puppy mills, they're not with their dogs as much as they should be. They're kept in the barn. I believe if you're going to have puppies, like, have them in your house. That's the way I do mine. I breed golden retrievers. So mine, whenever you'll see it, whenever we have puppies, my whole living room gets cleaned out, and the living room becomes the puppy den. And I'm very Cheyenne had 2 litters with me, and it was the best times of my life and the best dogs ever. And so hopefully this year we're going to be having another litter. But I'm saying this to let you guys know that, yes, puppy mills are terrible, you guys. They're terrible. I just can't. It breaks my heart. But at the same time, I always say, you know what? If you're not going to breed an animal, when I went and got Cheyenne, I had no idea. I didn't even think about breeding. I just needed her. But then when I found out how good she was and how trainable she was and her disposition and everything, I was like, you've got to be a mom. Like, you got to have babies. She had the right temperament. And so we did. But this is what I'm going to say to you about puppy mills. If you have no desire in breeding an animal, they're going to sell those puppies anyways. And what happens to those dogs, because they're sold so cheaply, like at least half of what the market is running on those types of dogs, they're going to sell them to families who are going to buy them at Christmas time or a birthday, and then in a month when that puppy is into the teenage stage and it's biting everything and chewing up your furniture, they're getting rid of them. So I always tell people, even when I had my own puppies, my litter right here in my living room, I would ask people, what is your plans for this puppy? Like, what's your plans? Do you plan on breeding? No. Are you going to get the puppy fix? Yes. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And I was just like, I would talk to them about puppy meals. And I would tell them, you know, I'm not discouraging you from spending your money any way you want to, but there are plenty of dogs in shelters. There are plenty of dogs in puppy farms and places like that that need homes and their babies. And they could turn out to be a great, wonderful pets as long as you're not breeding them. I do all the health testing on my animals. That goes from their hearts. I do all of their hearts, their hips, their elbows, their eyesight. I do all the breeding. I have to take them to Purdue University to get their hips tested, because not many veterinarians in the Indianapolis area actually do pin hips, which is where they put the dog to sleep and they take x-rays of their hips, because golden retrievers are known for having hip dysplasia. And so I'm not going to breed a dog that has a low score on their hips. You know what I mean? I'm not going to breed a dog that I haven't done any DNA testing. I do DNA testing on all my dogs. They test for 241 genetic tests that they are susceptible to. So in other words, it could show up in their genetic testing that a certain cancer runs through their DNA. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get it, but it does run. It also will show if they're carrying a gene to pass on a certain deformity, right? If that doesn't come back right, then I don't breed that animal. If my hip scores aren't coming back right, I don't breed the animal. If my their heart scores, if they're all of the stuff, I do all the stuff, and my dogs are registered. And but I always tell people, it's not about selling my puppy. I would have puppies just to have puppies and keep them all if I lived on a farm. But I tell anybody who comes to my door, look, if you're not planning on breeding a dog, you understand there are puppies out there that need a home. And even if you're looking for a golden retriever, I can help you find a golden retriever. Just don't breed it. You know what I mean? I think if you're not genetically testing and physically testing your animals, you have no business breeding. Zero. Purebreds are expensive, but Amish people. So I don't know if you guys know about AKC or what is the other one called? CKC. So AKC is the American Kennel Association, right? And so that's what mine all are. Mine are all AKC. So say I got a new dog and I got the papers that their parents are AKC. Then I fill that out. I send it in. They look up their genealogy and make sure that, yes, these puppies are, their parents were part of the AKC program. And then I do immediately, within probably the first 6 months of life, like I will be sending off for Laramie's DNA and genetic testing now that he's 6 months old. So then I do that. So yes, Amish do have paperwork for their dogs, meaning that they're purebred dogs. But here's the problem as well. Just because they're purebred dogs does not mean that they're not inbreeding their dogs. They are. And that's a whole nother thing we could talk about, is inbreeding the dogs. There are people you may see, if you're looking for an animal, a dog to buy. People in their programs will talk about, we do inline breeding, meaning they are breeding their dogs from another, legit breeders actually do this. It's kind of like the aristocracy. You can only marry into your kind of lineage, but maybe 3 cousins over. That's what they do with inline breeding. They make sure that it's coming down the same line. I wouldn't even get involved in that. It's too easy to mess it up, and it's just a mistake I don't ever want to happen. So I don't inline breed. But yes, the Amish do that, but you can almost bet 100% that all of those Amish dogs that you're getting have been inbred. And I'll tell you how I know that. My very next one, my oldest now, you guys know Cheyenne passed away. We knew for about a week that Cheyenne was dying. And this community right here stayed up with me every night. They were with me every day. They knew my dog was dying. They knew I was struggling. And I was doing a live. Cheyenne would lay right here next to me. I'd go to bed. When she wasn't feeling good, she'd come in there and wake me up. We'd come out here. And then sometimes I'd go live. Well, then I had gone live because I hadn't slept all night long. Cheyenne did not want to sleep. She wasn't feeling good. She laid here right next to me. I had shut off my live, and Cheyenne died within 15 minutes. I knew. I looked over at her. She was laying not even 3 feet from me, and I looked at her because I heard something, and I could tell her breathing had changed. And so I shut down my live. I went and I sat with her, and I held her, and she went to sleep. But after 2 years after I got Cheyenne, I got Newt, who's my oldest golden now. And I thought, you know what? Everything's fine. I did the testing on Shy. She's fine. Hip scores are perfect. Heart's perfect. Sight is perfect. Everything's perfect. Temperament is great. She's a great kid, right? I'm gonna roll the dice with Newt. And I did the same thing, but I went to a completely different part of Indiana, completely 100% hours away from where I got Cheyenne at. At 6 months old, I registered Newt, did all of his testing, started his genetic testing and stuff like that, because you have to wait till like they're a year to get their hips and stuff done. And so and when I got his paperwork back, you guys, I was looking through it and I was like, why do I recognize that name? And then I went and got Cheyenne's paperwork. Newt is Cheyenne's uncle. They come from 2 different complete parts of Indiana. Newt is younger than Cheyenne. So Newt's daddy is Cheyenne's whatever. Anyways, Newt was Cheyenne's uncle. I couldn't freaking believe it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is what they're doing. So I have seen in Amish communities, when you're driving around them, sometimes you'll see they got a little cart on the back of their buggy, and there's a dog kennel on it. And oh, Rosalie, don't get me started, honey. Anyways, there's a dog kennel, and there's always a dog in the back of it. It's usually a golden retriever. Now I understand. So they're in hopes of not inline breeding and ancestral breeding, they will ship off the mom or the dad somewhere across the state. But y'all, they're so everywhere and inbred everywhere that's what's happening. So that I knew I had got Newt to breed with Cheyenne, and I would have bred them or tried to breed them. Now that I know Newt cannot have puppies, I would have tried to breed them. But lucky, I won't breed any of my animals without doing all the testing. So when I got back his paperwork and saw that he was actually Cheyenne's uncle, even though he was 2 years younger than her, I, of course, when Cheyenne wanted a heap, kept them apart. Kept them apart. So it happens all the time. So I always tell people, even though I'm a breeder, I always tell people, if you're not going to breed, if you don't plan on breeding your baby, there are puppies. If you don't want an older dog, look, I know people struggle with that. If you're needing a puppy because you need it to grow up with your young children at home, go. I can help you find one. I can help you do that, and it'll cost you half of what I'm. And I've done that twice where I actually helped 2 different families not buy my puppies because they didn't breed. They had no desire whatsoever to breed, and they just wanted their babies to have a puppy and grow up with it. So that was a long-winded way of saying, yes, they do some terrible things with animals. But if you actually buy one from them, you're actually saving that animal, taking that animal out of the community so it can no longer be used as a part of the whole puppy mill process, if you understand. And also, there was one more thing I was going to say on that, and then I was going to leave it be, and I forget now what it was. Linda says, I used to breed Persians many years ago. I quit. Too many people are too irresponsible after getting them. I've been really, really blessed. So Cheyenne had, in 2 litters altogether, she had 20 puppies, and each litter, 2 of the puppies passed away. And so I had 18 altogether and within 2 litters. And do you know, all but 3 I'm still in contact with, and that was 4 years ago was the last time she had puppies. I'm still in contact. In fact, my nephew, I was so grateful. Out of her last litter, he took home 2 of her 2 litter mates, and one of them was my very favorite one that I had to bottle feed because they didn't think that puppy was going to make it. And her name is Frankie, and I named her that. And when he called me and said, you got any puppies for sale? I was like, can I get a family discount? Hell yeah, but you got to take the one I want you to have. And I was like, you got to take Frankie because she's special. And I raised her, and there's a reason why she lived. And I said, and you're not allowed to change your name. And so he did. And then he ended up getting one of her litter mates, and they're just precious dogs, precious, precious, precious dogs. All right. So we will keep going with this, but I just wanted to mention that because, we have to remember that everything in an Amish family's life is not for enjoyment so much or attack. Everything has to have a purpose. And for them, they don't name their animals, or, well, they'll name them, but they're not like the animal comes in and is just chewed up a pillow and is laying across the floors, and you're making them rice for dinner because they refuse to eat their kibble. It's not like that. Everybody, including animals in an Amish community, is making money. So, and that includes the animals, sadly. So, and then once those animals have gotten to where they will not produce, they get rid of them. That's just the truth. And how they get rid of them, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. But I know that's really what happens. So when you think about puppy mills out there and stuff, and you're not going to breed, you just want a companion, y'all, they're going to sell them puppies anyways. And and the ones that they can't sell, they distribute within the community to become money makers. So think on that. And I hope that encourages some of you guys with that. All right, let's finish up with this guy right here. Nope, that's the wrong one.
A Byler homicide case, which, if you don't know, like
speed it up
almost
a
a year ago, in late February of 2024. A young Amish woman, 23-year-old Rebecca Byler, who was pregnant at the time, was found murdered in her home in northwestern Pennsylvania, Crawford County. They soon captured a suspect, a man named Sean C. Cranston, local person of Corey, Pennsylvania. They've had the initial hearings, and he was supposed to go on trial for this, basically a number of charges, but there are two homicide charges, one for Rebecca, one for her unborn child. The trial was originally supposed to be in, I think it was June of last year, so several months after the murders took place, but it was delayed once, and then later that year in October, it was delayed again to this March. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. Point is, it sounds like the trial is going to happen, and jury selection is scheduled for March 11th, in fact. And so from what I kind of dug around on the Crawford County attorney or Crawford County website, where they post all the documents related to this case, in the scheduling order, it says that the trial will begin immediately after jury selection, that you would expect if the jury selection is March 11th. And again, this is not a legal podcast, but I imagine it would happen sometime at the latest by mid-March. And the trial is expected to last from 5 to 7 days. They had to delay the trial, I guess, a couple times because of the large amounts of evidence that the defense needed to process. So they requested that, and they were granted those 2 delays. The other bit of information that's relevant to the case is just came out an article yesterday, the day before, that a change has been made on the prosecution side. So the Pennsylvania State District Attorney General's office has taken over the prosecution of the case from the Crawford County District Attorney's office. So it's gone up to a state level. And apparently that was because the Crawford County District Attorney lost 2 of their 4 prosecutors in the fall. They left, apparently. And so they were really understaffed. And that was the reason, at least, that was given for them requesting that the Pennsylvania State Attorney General take over the case. And maybe that's for the better. I mean, I'm sure they would have handled it well, but this is also going to be a pretty high profile case. This has gotten a lot of attention due to the unusual circumstance of the victims being Amish. It's not that often that an Amish person is involved in a murder case. Some people have been wondering, on either side. Now, there have been, in the past, there have been several Amish people that have committed murders, in case you were wondering. I don't want to take this video into a dark place, but it's very rare for them to be in that position. And it's also rare for them to be on the other side of that as murder victims. And there was, if you don't know this story, I'll link to some of the videos to kind of catch you up. But apparently Cranston was involved in the Amish community locally. He's not Amish. He doesn't have any Amish background. Cranston is not an Amish name, not a convert or anything to the Amish. He was at one point a taxi driver for the Amish, or at least drove them one time, and did have some dealings with the Amish. There were some strange stories that came out about possible connections of his to the Amish. The Amish people in that area there had been some sort of testimony or statements made that they felt uncomfortable in his presence. And there's a lot of, I'm not going to go through the whole story and all the the sort of the evidence or the details that have been assembled, but you can check that out if you want to find out more about this case that's coming up. So this is going to be, I'm telling you, this is going to be a big story about middle of March. Okay. So you're going to see a lot in the news. This could go to, you're probably going to get some national coverage of this story, which I believe was the case last time, because again, it's just not a typical thing. So very sad story. I mean, that's obvious. She left behind her husband, Andy. I mean, very young 23 years old. And she had 2 small children as well that are 2 and 3 years old at the time of her killing. So something to keep on the radar. I just want to keep that updated, because a lot of people have been asking me over the past months, is there any news? Is there any news? Well, this is kind of the latest thing that's come out, and it looks like it's finally going in the direction of a trial without another delay.
Meet Lulu Tox, a breakthrough in hormonal wellness that starts working with your very first morning sip and attacks.
Obvious question is, who's this girl? How does she know that? It's really weird. Why would she direct him to an Amish home? How would she know all this stuff? Now you're saying why the case has been delayed. So guys, in my last update on the Rebecca Byler murder case, I told you that the trial was expected to begin in mid-March, which would have been any day now, but that is not the case. Why? The trial has now been delayed for a 3rd time due to what I would call an unexpected twist with some new and kind of shocking information, which I'll tell you in just a minute what that was. So in a nutshell, if you're not aware, I've done a lot of videos on this, but Rebecca Byler was a 23-year-old pregnant Amish woman who was murdered in her home last February. Police soon found a suspect and arrested Sean C. Cranston of Corey, Pennsylvania. He was charged with the murder of Rebecca Byler and her unborn child. So in the last update, we learned that the Pennsylvania State Attorney General had actually taken over the case, and that jury selection was actually scheduled for today, for March 11th. with the trial to start shortly afterwards or immediately afterwards. Now, what has derailed that? Well, a little over a week ago, 2 new witnesses came forward with information on the case. This is from GoErie.com. Quote, according to information in the amended motion, 2 witnesses recently came forward with information in the case, were interviewed by the PA State Police on March 3rd. So this first bit, this is not the twist, but this adds another layer to it. One of the witnesses stated Cranston had a meth issue and was shed hopping. Shed hopping, I've never heard of that, but apparently what it is breaking into sheds, garages, and houses to take items, according to information in the motion. People are addicted to meth. They need their fix, and that leads them to break in and steal things and just do anything to get that next hit of meth, I guess. So here's the odd piece of information. According to the witnesses' statements, Cranston reportedly went to Byler's residence because his girl told him there was money there. Girls in quotes. I assume they mean girlfriend. And after arriving, he slammed his car door so anyone inside the house would hear it and come out. So according to these witnesses, he had a girlfriend that directed him to the Byler's house. I mean, it's weird, very weird. By the way, first of all, we don't know who these witnesses are. There weren't any additional details about that. I assume one of the witnesses is not the girlfriend, but let's continue. Byler did not come out, and Cranston entered the house where he reportedly encountered Byler and a struggle ensued. Next part is graphic, just a warning. Cranston reportedly got behind Byler and sliced her throat first and then shot her in the head. Prosecutors outlined in the motion from the witnesses' alleged statements. Okay, so I mean, obvious question is, who's this girlfriend? Why would she direct him to an Amish home? How would she know there's money there? Was she connected somehow to the Byler family? It's really weird. Okay, really random. Now you're seeing why the case has been delayed. We'll more on that in a minute. So a second witness provided similar details. Quote, the second witness, according to information in the amended motion, said Cranston admitted to getting high on meth and burglarizing places, and was reportedly told by his girlfriend that money was in the house and no one would be home. So another piece of information, she knew there was money in the house and that no one would be home. How does she know that? What is she, who is this person that's giving this information? Why was she encouraging him to go to the Bylers? How would she know all this stuff? Does this mean that she's an accomplice as well in this case? Who is she? We don't know that. Continuing, but when Cranston went inside the house, there was a, quote, lady inside, and a fight occurred between the lady and Cranston. And this is also kind of a nasty thing, just before warned. Quote, wherein defendant said he had to bleed her out, the motion reads. So, I mean, that's just, we knew the details of this crime already, but just when you hear kind of those additional layers like that, those comments, I was just stomach turning. It's almost like he's talking about an animal or something, where this is a 23-year-old pregnant Amish woman. And again, Cranston has not been convicted. He's the suspect. He's been accused. Cranston also allegedly asked for advice about a glove with his DNA that was found at the Byler home. I guess asked one of the witnesses, it sounds like. So that, I mean, that's a bizarre layer to this case. And you see, like, what happened was the delay happens because Cranston's defense asked for a continuance in this case to, I guess, deal with this new information and also some other information that has come forward. Let's take a look at that. And I guess the point here is that the prosecution apparently wants to try to link Cranston to other burglaries that, I guess, had happened in the area, which would, I guess, lend credence to the testimony of these two witnesses that he was supposedly involved in burglaries to support his quote unquote meth issue. So again, from the report, in addition to the witness statements, prosecutors are seeking to enter at trial evidence concerning other burglaries in the area where the homicide occurred, according to information in the state's motion and the defense's response to the initial motion in limine or in limine. That's a name for a type of motion, the legal mechanism they're using here. Not a lawyer, again, as I keep repeating in these videos, but and back to the report. In one burglary, which occurred February 9th, 2024, that's about 2 plus weeks before the murder, at a residence on Firth Road in Centerville, data from Cranston's GPS tracker on that date showed coordinates matching the Firth Road residence, according to information in the state's amended motion. So we've got a lot of new questions here. We've got additional layers to this case, because of this. I mean, the biggest one being this introduction of the girlfriend supposedly tipping off Cranston to the Byler residence, an Amish residence, being a target. I suppose you could say it sounds like she helped him target the Bylers. I'm not saying she sent him there to kill anyone, but as far as being potential prey for a robbery, according to these two witnesses, that is what this girlfriend enabled Cranston to do in some sense. So the continuance was requested by Cranston's lawyer, Louis Emmy, and it was granted by the judge. So that's why we got the delay now. It's going to be delayed. If you're wondering, the case is now going to be delayed until the June trial term, about 3 months from now. The continuance was granted after Emmy said that an amended motion in limine that prosecutors filed on Thursday would require additional investigation by the defense and may require an amendment to his response to an initial motion in limine filed in February. Okay, so basically they need more time to address this new evidence, new approach by the prosecution. So the new time frame is going to be in June, assuming there's not a fourth delay. So this is the third delay. I mean, they got to get this right. Okay, I'm not putting a lot of confidence now that there's been 3 delays that the case is actually going to start in June. But the main thing is to get this case right, get this prosecution done right. If authorities believe that Cranston is the person who killed Rebecca Byler, then they need to do all they can to solidify that. Now, why do these witnesses appear, a little over a week before jury selection was scheduled to begin? You can be the judge. I don't know. I guess you could speculate on some reasons why. Let me know what you think. Again, weird. This was a twist. No, we weren't expecting to have a girlfriend involved. Additionally, this allegation that he has a meth issue. Well, I guess you could see how that might fit into the story of someone breaking in and killing someone. Okay, if they're under the influence of meth or of lack of meth, desiring of meth, that they want to get resources to acquire meth. I mean, that's one motive, but then to kill somebody, I just can't get probably like all you, just can't get to the place in my head where you go to that step. Sorry to bring you another down topic, but I told you guys I'd keep you posted and updated on this case, and I want to keep doing that. We don't know. I guess we're gonna have to keep an eye and an ear out for what else emerges in this case. Could there be other additional twists, other additional pieces of information, other additional witnesses that show up? Rebecca Byler was killed over a year ago, but I assume this is going to get resolved in due time. So guys, let me know what you think in the comments. I want to hear what you guys think. Thanks again for supporting this channel. Hit like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Talk to you soon. Hey guys, we've got news.
All right, guys, I'm gonna stop it right there. There's only 2 more to watch. Obviously, it did get to trial. Now we're going into the trial. He's going to talk about the trial part, and then the very next one will be an even shorter one where he talks about him being sentenced. Y'all, that had to be a terrible, terrible scene. He said that the court document said that he bled her out. Now that's terrible to think about in itself, all of that blood. But here's the worst part of it. Her 1- and 2-year-old babies were there. They were there by themselves with their mother. And obviously, cutting someone's throat and then shooting them is going to cause a lot of blood. But to actually manipulate a body so that it bleeds out, that's going to be a lot of blood. Those babies were left in the house with their mother, and all that blood and trauma and violence everywhere for however long until their dad came home around noon. That's crazy. It's like what a hunter does to a deer, right? They'll hang it up and turn it upside down, because remember, the police weren't giving out any information on what her injuries were, or they told us how she was killed, but they didn't tell us any of the details until he just now said it. And to be bled out like an animal, and then those babies, it makes you just wonder, when the dad came home, because they were said to be playing with toys in the living room, which is where their mom was. She was killed in the living room. When dad came home, the kids were in the living room playing with toys. Surely they had to have blood on them as well. That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my God. All right, let's get back to this. Let's get into the trial. This is the longest one, you guys, but I do have it on 125, so it'll go a little bit faster than these 11 minutes, probably about 9 minutes, give or take. All right, here we go.
In the Sean Cranston murder trial, the verdict has just recently come back. Sean Cranston has been found guilty on all counts. I'll tell you more about that, about the sentence, and about the trial, which started actually Monday of this week and just wrapped up yesterday. Now, most of you know this, but Sean Cranston was accused in the murder of a 23-year-old pregnant Amish woman named Rebecca Byler. She was found murdered in her home, brutally murdered in her home in northwestern Pennsylvania last February 2024. After about a 5-day investigation, Cranston was arrested and charged with the crimes. Now, this is from WANE. Guilty on all charges. That's the verdict in the trial of Sean Cranston, the man accused of murdering a pregnant Amish woman last year in Sparta Township. It took the jury less than 3 hours to find Sean Cranston guilty on all charges in the murder of Rebecca Byler and her unborn child. Now, if you've been following this case and you've been following my videos, you know that this trial has been delayed. It was actually postponed 3 times. And then just this past Monday, they went ahead with jury selection and started the trial immediately following jury selection. So the trial started Monday. They had about 3 days of testimony, and then yesterday it wrapped up. Okay, so things moved pretty quickly here. I've actually been covering it on the website. I have more detailed posts about the testimony and everything that happened in the trial at AmishAmerica.com. Back to the report, a Crawford County jury found 53-year-old Sean Cranston guilty of criminal homicide in the 1st degree, criminal homicide of an unborn child in the 2nd degree, burglary in the 1st degree, and criminal trespass in the 1st degree. The prosecution put 24 witnesses on the stand, including Rebecca's husband, who found her body 2 hours after the murder, his driver, who made the 911 call. That's the driver of Rebecca's husband. He was actually out checking, I believe, on a construction job that morning. Dozens of forensic experts and a prison inmate, this was an interesting one, who claimed Cranston admitted to killing the 23-year-old pregnant Amish woman during a burglary. That was testimony from Wednesday, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. But in any case, after 16 months, justice has been done in this case. If you followed the trial, there was a lot of evidence against Cranston, it seemed. So it's not really surprising to me that this came back as a guilty verdict. Again, not a legal mind in any way, but just looking at all the pieces of evidence that they had accumulated. So what are some of the quote unquote highlights from this trial? Just to give you a quick recap. I mean, one of them I mentioned already, there was an inmate that testified that Cranston actually told him that he had broke into a home and killed a woman. And he was concerned about a glove he had left behind. And that was actually a piece of evidence in the trial as well. There was a piece of a nitrile glove that was found, I believe it was in the wastebasket of the Byler's kitchen, that had Cranston's DNA on it. Okay, I think it was like with a probability of like an insane probability that it was Cranston's DNA match. They can't say like 100%, but it's like 99.9999 to the nth degree that it was his. This person, Joseph Birch is his name, was asked why he was testifying. He said his quote seemed like the right thing to do. He said no one had promised him anything in return for his testimony. Another witness, this was actually from the first day of the trial, was Rebecca Byler's husband, Andy. And of course, you really feel for a man who has to come up on the stand and talk about such a horrible day. He described how his children, his 3-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter, when he got home, told him that someone was there and he killed their mother. So I mean, they understood in the moment that their mother had been killed, at age 2 and 3 years old. Andy said, and I didn't believe it, is the quote. But then he went in and he went up to the door, he saw his wife's prayer covering on the floor. Actually didn't go fully inside, but when the PA state trooper came, the trooper was the one that found Rebecca Byler's body on the floor. She was about 6 months pregnant. Okay. Another piece of evidence that came out, I mean, and her wounds were horrible. I mean, there was a discussion of the nature of her wounds. She had 9 knife wounds on her neck. I'm not going to go into all of it now. You can read about it if you want. She was also shot. We learned that she was carrying a baby girl, some really horrible, heavy testimony. And again, I don't want to go into all of it right here, but that just gives you an idea of what was going on there. There were a lot of Amish people there in attendance. There were apparently dozens of Amish that attended. At one point, they played the recording of the 911 call that Andy Byler, Rebecca's husband, heard his driver made to report what had happened. And apparently, you could hear the voices of the children in the background, and a lot of the Amish, in attendance, were crying and stuff. So there was no videos or any kind of images from this trial. There's no photos taken in the trial. Like sometimes trials have photo images you can show. Sometimes they don't. I guess that was a decision made in this case. So there were other elements of testimony. They looked at the shoe prints. It was testified that there were multiple burglaries that had happened in other Amish homes in the 2 months prior to this, what basically they believe was a home invasion by Sean Cranston that went wrong because someone was home. But basically there were 2 Amish homes that were burglarized, one in January, one I believe in February, and each time valuables were taken. And then we also heard here that in the case of the Bylers, after they came home and found Rebecca murdered, Andy Byler said that a safe was missing from the home. There was some testimony that Cranston had been, I guess it's called shed hopping, which I guess is where you go from building to building and break in and steal valuables due to a methamphetamine habit or usage. What else? I mean, there were other things about the tires. And I guess one of the more interesting things was one of the officers had done a recreation of Cranston's whereabouts on the day of the murder. And he used GPS, he used cell phone tower, I guess, tracking or signals, and also video surveillance, like where you had, video cameras like outside buildings and things. They got that video and they were able to piece things together and see that this is Cranston was here, he was there. and so forth. So apparently it was a pretty fascinating, I mean, that's a good word to use, but compelling piece of evidence where he basically, took you through the whole day that Cranston spent that day. And there's a really good account of this in the Meadville Tribune, which I've got a link to in my post. Just to give you an example of how thorough this is, this was Lieutenant Matthew Bonin that did this presentation. From the Meadville Tribune, it says, Cranston's activities that day, as described by Lieutenant Matthew Bonin, were in many ways seemingly unremarkable. Cranston left home around 8:40 a.m. in a red Jeep Patriot and stopped a few minutes later to pay a utility bill. Jumping ahead, Cranston next drives south, stopping about 1.4 miles from the Byler residence. So they're able to know kind of where he is. Around 9:05 a.m., however, his cell phone stops moving. GPS data shows that his vehicle continues on while the cell phone remains stationary for more than an hour. Quote, the phone stayed in this area, but the vehicle did not stay in this area, Bonin told the jury. Kind of weird, but at 10:04 a.m., GPS data shows Cranston's red Jeep right in front of the Byler residence. It's a quote. Bonin continued, the car remains there until 10:11, so 7 minutes went by, when it moved a few hundred yards south on Fish Flats Road. So does that mean he was inside the home for about 7 minutes doing what he was doing and then got back and left? Well, approximately a minute later, the car was back at the Byler home, where it remained until 10:17, when GPS data showed it just north of the house. So you kind of wonder he actually, according to this, he went back and did something there. And there's a lot more like that. So it's a pretty, I guess, there's a pretty compelling presentation that this officer put together. So guys, what about his sentencing? People wondering, well, what kind of sentence is he going to get now that he's been convicted? So Cranston is scheduled to be sentenced July 28th. And apparently, and I didn't really realize this before the case, this conviction has a mandatory life sentence attached to it. So I guess it's one of those crimes where there's not a lot of discretion for the judge in this case to decide how many years he might get or what have you. But it's also not a death penalty. So people are saying, well, he should get the death penalty. Well, I guess Pennsylvania apparently does have the death penalty, but there's apparently a moratorium on the death penalty right now. And I don't even know if that would ever come into play. It sounds like he will be spending the rest of his life in prison. So the sentencing is July 28th. I suppose that is basically a formality at this point. Again, not a legal person, but that's kind of what it seems like. I mean, what can you say at the end of this thing? Justice is done. He has been found guilty. All the usual things you want to say about, like, or you hear people say about, like, closure, or this is a step forward, or what have you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know any of these people personally. I don't know any Amish from this community. So I haven't spoken with anyone directly who knows the Bylers or anything like that. But you just hope it is something that has a positive effect. I don't think the Amish are out for vengeance or that sort of thing. It's generally not their MO. They're more about, well, we leave matters of God in God's hands. But on a human or personal level, I hope for Rebecca Byler's husband, Andy, for her other family, her parents, I guess. I don't know if they're living or not, but I assume they are. Her sisters, brothers, obviously her children. I hope this is something positive for them in some sense. It's about all I can say. So I've done a number of videos on this topic. The first one, I mean, I was like a lot of people, I was shocked when this story happened, last February, but it's finally come to a conclusion. I don't know if there's like appeals process, all that sort of thing. Maybe there is, but it sounds like the jury did their job well and got to a decision that seems to me to be justified, looking at all the evidence that was presented. Of course, I've been reading secondhand accounts. I wasn't at this trial. I've just been reading multiple reports from different outlets, different reporters. Seems to me they came to the right conclusion. So, guys, thanks for listening. Thanks for following this. I hope to have more happy stories. Let me know what you think, and I'll talk to you again soon.
I didn't think shingles would make me miss days of work. I was wrong. Talk to your doctor today.
The home cleaning industry has never seen anything like this. It's called Synoshi Pro, and it's sending shockwaves.
Hey guys, sorry no video today, but this is just a quick update. Sean Cranston, who was convicted in June of killing Amish woman Rebecca Byler and her unborn girl, was sentenced to 2 life terms Monday, and I'm recording this just shortly after this news came out on July 28th. So basically, Cranston will spend the rest of his life in prison for his crimes. Judge Francis Schultz said, and this is from the Meadville Tribune, that the consecutive life terms were appropriate given the, quote, brutal nature of the killings and the fact that there were 2 victims. He was very direct and unequivocal in another of his statements. The judge said, quote, you deserve every second of the sentence I'm about to give, and added later, quote, no commutation of this sentence should ever occur. If you don't know the story, Rebecca Byler, at the age of 23, was found murdered in her home in February of 2024. There's a lot of videos on this channel about it. You can go back and look at some of those if you like. Rebecca was pregnant at the time. The unborn baby girl died shortly after her death. 2 other small children. Her children were at home at the time, but were unharmed. Rebecca's husband returned home later that morning and discovered that his wife had been killed. In addition to these consecutive life sentences, Cranston was also sentenced for additional convictions. Those included 6 to 20 years on a first-degree felony burglary charge, and he also got 10 months to 7 years on a third-degree felony criminal trespass charge. And those were to run concurrently to the sentence for the murder of Rebecca Byler. He also has to pay fines and prosecution costs, but the main thing is it seems like he has received a just sentence, and this would seem to bring to an end one of the most disturbing and tragic cases that I've ever seen involving the Amish, at least in recent memory. Another detail from another report here in the Erie Times News says that Cranston declined to make a comment when he was given the opportunity by Judge Schultz to speak to the court. His Pittsburgh lawyer, Louis Emmy, also did not speak on his behalf. The lawyer said that Cranston did not want him to make statements on his behalf. He did also say, though, at the start of the sentencing hearing that Cranston had asked him to withdraw as his legal representation going forward, and this was on the grounds of ineffective assistance of counsel. He said that he would seek representation from the Crawford County Public Defender's Office. So I don't know if that foretells an appeal or what might happen, but I don't, given the nature of this case, it doesn't seem like Cranston has much chance of, if any chance of getting out of prison, getting out of this. And, just to put a close on it, you have to remember the Amish. You think about this family, the Amish, they put their faith first and foremost in God. That noted, I still hope that this news of what seems to be a just earthly punishment for Rebecca's killer will hopefully help in some way Rebecca's husband, Andy, and the rest of her family to heal or to move forward in this. I hope that's the last we hear of it. This was a shocking case when it happened last year, and I'm glad that it's ended as it has. Thanks for watching, guys. Talk to you next time.
Well, there we go. No probation. Yeah. Thank you, Melly Joe, for putting those in there. I appreciate it. Listen, I always say this. That's not going to be the end of it. There is only one reason that that criminals, especially in a murder situation like this one, where at the end they try to tell their lawyer, hey, piss off. I'm going to, ineffective counsel. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get somebody else, blah, blah, blah. Well, that kind of has to be, that lawyer that he did that with, that was a private lawyer. If you remember, when this first happened, he had a public defender, and then he hired a private lawyer. Well, he's legally able to fire his legal counsel. If it's a public defender, that has to go through the courts. We've seen that many times in court cases where, even in the Jodi Arias case, Kirk Nurmi did his best many times to recuse himself from that case. They hated each other. They couldn't stand each other. And the judge was like, negative, we're in this, we're going. It's been long enough. So it doesn't surprise me at all that this piece of shit decided in the last minute, hey, ineffective counsel, I want you gone. Because it does set up for appeals. It absolutely does set up for appeals. Not that he doesn't have an appeal later, but if some other lawyer looks at this and says, yeah, if you believe that effective counsel, he's thinking money. Yeah, sure, we'll take it back to court. And then it is what it is. He's not going to get off. There is plenty of evidence against him, and I don't know what the point of appeal is when there's really no chance of you ever getting off. It's not like it's going to keep you over in the county jail where most people want to stay. Like Richard Allen, who killed the Delphi girls, he never wanted to go to prison. He wanted to stay in the county jail where he was safe. So, safer. But anyways, I don't get it, but it would not surprise me if in the very near future we heard that this dude was going. Now, will he win his appeal? I don't know. I never thought Letitia Stout would. Can you believe it? Freaking Letitia Stout, you guys, won her appeal. going back to court. And I haven't forgotten about that. I know we started covering that and then I got sidetracked. Real life happened here. And so I'm not done with it. I'm still keeping up on it. There's still nothing released as far as anything legally that tells us when she's going back to court, who her counsel's going to be, if it's going to be the same counsel, the same judge. I just think that it's not going to be the same judge because of the court error, I don't think it'll be the same judge. In fact, I'll be surprised if this judge even renews his license to do this. I think he's going to retire. I would. I'm embarrassed for him, even though I love that judge. I really do. He's one of my favorite judges I've ever watched. But anyway, so we're still keeping a close eye on that. We are going to finish up the first trial just so that we are attuned and we are right on it for when they do go back to trial. And listen, Letitia is going back to trial, y'all. She's got way too much ego and hatred for this family. And she's right and everybody else is wrong. And Gannon was just an evil little 11-year-old boy who deserved it in her eyes. So yeah, she's definitely going to take it as far as it can go, and we'll be there for it. We will be there for that. All right, guys, I think that does it for us tonight. I appreciate you guys being here and just hanging out with me. Listen, anytime you spend with me, I'm forever grateful. I really am. And I hope you guys come back for the next one. I will be putting up a community post. I'm just giving a teaser here. This week is going to be a busy week, but I'm still going to try to do my lives as many as I can because starting on Thursday or Friday, probably Friday, it's going to be really hard for me to do lives, at least for all of next week, because my baby child is graduating from college and all of the family is coming in for that. I'm going to have house guests. And then, a week from Friday. So my parents will be here all next week. And then they fly back out on the Friday after graduation. And that day I've got to have some surgery done. And so I'm going to be out of commission probably, I don't know. I don't know. I got to figure it out, and I don't have much time to figure it out because I know I'm going to be bored half to death without having all of you in my life, and I don't want you guys to forget about me. So I don't know how this is supposed to work because it's going to be a lengthy recovery. But I'll figure it out. Even if it means I just turn on my video camera right here in the living room and we're watching my dogs, and I don't know. I don't know if it just means that I post some videos of different things that I love, or maybe walk through a cemetery, and I just know that the commentary is just not going to be there. So I don't know how long that's going to work, but I know it's going to be lengthy. I'll figure it out though. We'll figure out something to do. So, all right. So we've got this week. And like I said, I'll try to do as many lives as I can. And then in the meantime, we'll figure out what we're going to do during my recovery time. So thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate you guys being here with me. It means the world to me. Listen, y'all be good or be good at it, and we'll see you the next time over here. Bye, guys. Nope.